Chapter 965. Looking at Old Man Inkstone in the Stone Pavilion, by Ningbing was very vigilant. Ever since he became an immortal and got rid of his female identity, he realized that Old Man Inkstone was unfathomable. By Ningbing's indifference was his nature, but his toughness towards Old Man Inkstone was only a form of probing. In fact, his desire to deal with Feng Yuan and his desire for revenge was also a form of disguise for himself, as well as a form of probing Old Man Inkstone. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ningbing was no longer so concerned about Feng Yuan. Gu immortal attainment level broadened his horizons, allowing him to see many more things and see many more exciting things. What he cared about was Old Man Inkstone in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but the Shadow Sect was still hidden in the shadows, hidden in a bottomless darkness. He did not know why Old Man Inkstone was helping him. At the same time, Bai Ningbing was not willing to be controlled like this. It was not that he had not thought of leaving, but firstly, the Shadow Sect had spent so much effort, they would not let him leave so easily. Secondly, Bai Ningbing valued excitement more than his life. The stronger the enemy, the more dangerous the process and the harder it would be to resist. This made him feel that he was not wasting his time. It was a form of enjoyment towards life. Fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was a joy to him. Bai Ningbing had never had one thing in his heart since young, that was to retreat in the face of danger. At this time, facing Bai Ningbing's questioning, Old Man Inkstone took out an immortal Gu from his bosom, saying, "As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that Feng Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with cold light. "You seem to know Feng Yuan's whereabouts. You know it like the back of your hand. But back then, when I was advancing to immortal, I asked you. You said you did not know." Old Man Inkstone laughed lightly. He did not face Bai Ningbing's questioning, instead saying directly, "South of Name Peak, east of Liqiao, not far from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountains were high and the rivers were long, verdant, and lush. It was a unique tree with no other peaks. Go to that mountain peak and activate this Gu. Once you succeed, leave as soon as possible. This mountain would become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any Gu immortal could enter. All of them will be killed." Bai Ningbing did not take the immortal Gu. Her gaze was still fixed on Old Man Inkstone, saying coldly, "You have not answered my question. I don't need to answer your question. All you need to know is that once this matter is done, Feng Yuan will return. Didn't the agreement you signed with the Shadow Sect state that you could only break free from the agreement and regain your freedom by killing Feng Yuan?" Elder Inkstone smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a moment before she extended her hand. He obtained the immortal Gu. Then, he snorted and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He traveled at full speed. 2 days later, they found the place that the Old Man Inkstone had told them about. "This mountain is very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. Why did we choose this place?" Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses in his heart. He had even thought of the possibility that the Old Man Inkstone was plotting against him. However, he paid a huge price to become an immortal. Why does he want to kill me now? The possibility is very low. Bai Ningbing shook his head. He had a doubt in his heart. Why did the Old Man Inkstone want to help me become an immortal? There are so many people. Why did he choose me? Is it just because I have the northern dark eye soul physique? Bai Ningbing had thought so before, but now, he felt that the truth was not so simple. Next, Bai Ningbing inspected carefully, but did not find any foundation of a Gu formation on this nameless mountain peak. He was puzzled and hesitant. If this was really a trap, then wouldn't he be a laughingstock for coming here foolishly and sending himself to death? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought. The Old Man Inkstone would not ask me to come here and activate the immortal Gu for no reason. His intention is very mysterious, but he did not set a time limit. I might as well delay it and test him. If it was a huge matter, the Old Man Inkstone would be very anxious and would urge him. At that time, Bai Ningbing would have the initiative with the immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing did not make a move, but the Shadow Sect members were anxious. A black-robed Gu immortal came to the stone pavilion and said in a rough voice, "Inkstone, that Bai Ningbing has already been gone for half a month with the immortal Gu. but there is no movement. Did he escape with the immortal goo, or did he meet with some accident? The old man Inkstone was leisurely looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Tao marks, but compared to the time when Bai Ning Bing was here, half of the complicated paths had already disappeared. The old man Inkstone calculated the chessboard with his fingers as he said to the black-robed Gu immortal, Bai Ning Bing is still there, but he is restraining himself. He has long been suspicious that this trip is disadvantageous to him. It is normal for him to have such a reaction. The black-robed Gu immortal saw the leisurely expression of the old man Inkstone and could not help but say anxiously, but Central Continent cannot delay any longer. Right now, not only the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects, but also many lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered Falling Heavenly River to explore. Vice Envoy Lon and the rest can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, the Celestial Court will react and realize that this is a trap. It might interfere with our true plan. Old man Yin sure nodded and said in deep agreement, what you say makes sense. In fact, the reality is already very different from the original plan. The progress is too slow. Why don't you send a letter to Bai Ningbing and ask him to make a move as soon as possible? If he does not comply, we will strip him of his immortal status and send him back to the mortal world. He became an immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need to let him continue to be so arrogant. We can make a move first and make him lose his Gu immortal strength, turning him back to immortal and regaining his female body. This kind of arrogant junior, if we do not teach him a lesson, we will not be able to use him properly. The black-robed Gu immortal suggested, He, why do you think I want to use him? The old man Inkstone laughed and lightly waved his wide sleeves. A star mark immediately disappeared from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fang Yuan saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Such a simple technique, the old man Inkstone's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed Gu immortal was wearing a hood. His expression could not be seen clearly, but his tone was filled with deep suspicion. Inkstone, you chose Bai Ningbing. Is it not because of his 10 extreme physique battle strength? No. The old man Inkstone laughed loudly. This is only his uniqueness on the surface. His true uniqueness lies in the fact that he is also a person who escaped fate. What? He is also one? The black-robed Gu immortal was shocked. The old man Inkstone explained in detail. Our grand plan has been planned for 100,000 years. The true enemy is not Central Continent's Celestial Court or the other 4 regions, but this heaven. That's why I handed the last and most crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is a person who escaped fate, in a way. He has escaped Providence's control. Only such a person can qualify to be our pawn. So that's it. The black-robed Gu immortal realized and no longer had any doubts. The old man Inkstone continued. Bai Ningbing is a person who escaped fate. Even Providence cannot completely control him. He will be a sharp sword for us. Let him be the vanguard. We need to conserve our energy and cherish every ounce of strength to deal with Providence's anger. After Bai Ningbing left, I did not plan to contact him again. Let him develop freely. But don't worry, with his personality, he will not wait much longer. In that case, I will continue my hibernation. The black-robed Gu immortal cupped his fists and left. Bai Ningbing waited for 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, during which time he looked at the direction of the old man Inkstone's stone pavilion. So many days have passed. The old man Inkstone did not rush me. From this, I can see that he is not anxious about this matter. That's right. If he was anxious, when he instructed me, he would have emphasized the time limit of the mission. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel dejected. This was a test. It was undoubtedly a failure. He then turned his gaze to the mountain range beneath his feet and thought to himself, these days, I've been very busy. I have investigated many times, but did not find any traces of a Gu formation. Sigh. If there is really a problem this time, then I will admit defeat. I cannot find anything. I can only blame myself for not being able to do it. Bai Ningbing sighed. His body flew and floated in the air, looking down at this ordinary mountain. Go. He willed and expended immortal essence to activate the mysterious immortal goo. The immortal goo gave off a bright light, but it lay motionless in his hand. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised, thinking, "So this immortal goo is a big eater." He continued to activate it. As beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, the immortal goo's light became brighter and brighter. Its small body started to tremble slightly. A moment later, Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with sweat. He was worried. "I have already expended hundreds of beads of immortal essence. Why is there still no movement?" So this is the true difficulty of this mission. Just as he was feeling bewildered, the immortal goo in his hand buzzed and turned into a bright light, shooting towards the sky. The light became brighter and brighter, but its speed became slower and slower. After reaching its limit, it flew towards the nameless mountain peak below. Bam! Finally, it crashed into the mountain peak, bursting out with a dazzling light comparable to the sun and moon. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. At this time, he did not need to expend immortal essence anymore. But whether the immortal goo had been successfully activated, he had to take a look to confirm. Thus, after flying a li away, he stopped in the air. Next, he saw an unbelievable scene. In the intense light, the nameless mountain peak was undamaged, but there were layers upon layers of illusory images above the mountain forest. This was a section of a long river. The river water was surging with waves, moving up and down continuously. It was filled with an indescribable natural charm, as well as an unspeakable and indescribable truth that made people forget to return. This scene, could it be the river of time? Bai Ningbing's pupils dilated. He was extremely shocked. Next, he saw that the river of time's illusory image was fading away, becoming fainter and fainter. Two figures seemed to have jumped out of the river. Their appearances and clothes were becoming clearer. These two people were fighting. Both sides were exchanging blows. The intensity of the battle shook Bai Ningbing's mind. One of them had a huge body with bulging muscles. He was like a fierce tiger or dragon, rampaging with a ferocious aura. It was a rank 8 goo immortal. Chapter 966. Both sides fought fiercely to the point that the heavens and the earth were overturned, and mountains and rivers splashed about. Plus or minus, even though it was just an illusory transformation, not interfering with reality, it was still extremely moving. The battle gradually intensified. The rank 8 goo immortal had the upper hand. He raised his head and laughed maniacally. "I am a rank 8 goo immortal with the great strength true martial physique. You are a mere rank 7. You actually want to challenge my reputation?" That mysterious goo immortal with a red lotus on his forehead chuckled, speaking in a neutral tone. "Martial duel Heavenly King, you will definitely lose today. Take this move of mine." The moment he said that, the mysterious rank 7 goo immortal waved his right hand as a platform flew out. At the next moment, the disdain on the rank 8 goo immortal martial battle Heavenly King's face vanished as he shouted, "This is actually an immortal goo house. What immortal goo house is this?" The rank 7 goo immortal smiled proudly. "Let me teach you. This is the immortal goo house I created, graceful chaotic duel stage." Graceful chaotic duel ring? Bai Ningbing saw this and frowned. As far as he knew, there was no such immortal goo house in the current southern border goo immortal world. The power of the graceful chaotic duel stage was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attack the martial duel Heavenly King unleashed, it was all absorbed and sealed by the graceful chaotic duel stage. This was not the end. After the attack was sealed, it could still be used by the rank 7 goo immortal to return it. Martial Dotian Heavenly King's attacks were extremely sharp, but most of them were taken by him instead. The images kept changing, and the battle became more and more intense. Eventually, with the help of graceful chaotic duel stage, the mysterious rank 7 goo immortal defeated martial duel Heavenly King, completing the unprecedented feat of a rank 7 defeating a rank 8. But at the same time, the mysterious rank 7 goo immortal also paid a terrible price. Martial duel Heavenly King retaliated in the end, turning into a rank 8 immortal zombie. It was as if he had an immortal body. The mysterious rank 7 goo immortal could not take his life. He could only give up on this graceful, chaotic duel stage. It suppressed the martial arts heavenly monarch deep underground. In order to defeat martial duel heavenly king, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal sacrificed an immortal Gu house. The battle was over. He looked at the immortal Gu house that was buried underground, sighing as he flew into the sky. There were no Gu immortals, but the phantom image was still changing. The battlefield of the Gu immortals became peaceful again. After that, the weather was favorable, and plants grew. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the flood came, or a meteor falling, or a great fire burning. The originally flat terrain gradually bulged. It slowly grew taller. First, it became a mound, then a mountain. Occasionally, characters would rush into the picture. Their movements were extremely fast. Whether it was the natural weather or the movements of the characters or beasts, it was like a fast-forward movie. The mountain was also changing rapidly, sometimes collapsing, sometimes slowly forming. In the end, in the illusion, the mountain gradually grew into the appearance of a nameless mountain. When the phantom completely disappeared, the world returned to its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with a strange light. He could tell. The immortal Gu that Old Man Inkstone gave him should be a time path investigative immortal Gu. It tore through the cracks of time and projected the scene of a certain past in the upper reaches of the river of time. Teleport to the present downstream. The battlefield where 2 Gu immortals had once fought was this ordinary and unremarkable mountain peak. That is to say, there is an immortal Gu house hidden here. Bai Ningbing stared at the foot of the mountain. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He naturally knew the value of an immortal Gu house. Only forces with Gu immortals could be considered super forces. However, among these superpowers, only the strongest among them could possess one or more immortal Gu houses. If I can control this graceful chaotic duel stage, it will definitely be of great help to me. It will definitely be of great help to me, allowing me to deal with Shadow Sect more easily and leave Shadow Sect. Oh no, this immortal Gu's aura is spreading everywhere. The commotion of activating the immortal Gu is not small. It will definitely attract the attention of other Gu immortals. Time waits for no man. I need to make full use of it. Bai Ningbing was just about to fly down and drill into the ground to obtain the immortal Gu house, but he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Inkstone. If he went down, would he fall into Old Man Inkstone's trap? Maybe Old Man Inkstone had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction and wanted him to go underground, explore the depths and obtain graceful chaotic duel stage. If that is the case, he definitely has a backup plan. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I act blindly, it will only be futile and I will be used by others for no reason. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep. He decided to investigate the surroundings first before making a move. However, what he did not expect was, just as he got close to the nameless mountain peak, he felt an intense sense of weakness. The Gu immortal aura on his body rapidly weakened, and he could not even move his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. Old Man Inkstone's instructions before he left flashed in his mind. Go to the peak of that mountain and activate this Gu. Once you succeed, quickly leave. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any Gu immortal who enters this place will face fatal danger. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered. Was this the forbidden zone for immortals? If this place really became a forbidden zone for immortals, how could he obtain graceful chaotic duel stage? At this time, the phantom image on the mountain peak formed again, showing the scene from before. Bai Ningbing observed patiently and could not help but guess. Could it be that the phantom image here contained clues to obtain the immortal Gu house? However, after the phantom image finished changing, it vanished again and Bai Ningbing could not see any clues. After that, he discovered that this illusory figure would reappear every 2 hours. Every time the phantom image changed, it would show the same content without any difference. He also discovered the so-called forbidden zone for immortals was expanding. At first, he could still get 3 li away from the nameless mountain peak. But now, when he was 10 li away from the nameless mountain peak, he felt extremely tired and weak. A strong intuition told him that if he were to force his way in, he would definitely die, and there wouldn't be a second outcome. Seeing this huge fortuitous encounter slip away from him and getting further and further away, Bai Ningbing was naturally anxious. He stayed here for 3 days, during which he tried to conceal this constantly changing phantom image. He had already tried to get rid of the aura of the immortal goo, but this could not conceal these phantom images. Although Old Man Inkstone helped him advance to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon was caused by the time path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing could not conceal it by using mortal goo. Of course, if he had an outstanding mortal killer move, there was a possibility of concealing it temporarily. But his foundation was shallow, and he did not have such a method. If Fang Yuan was here, what would he do? While Bai Ningbing was vexed, Fang Yuan's figure flashed in his mind. Even though he did not care about Fang Yuan, he could not deny that Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had left a deep impression on him, subtly influencing him. Thinking about it, Bai Ningbing was shocked. He suddenly realized this immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. This should be part of Shadow Sect's plan. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They were not secretly seizing graceful chaotic dual stage and silently making a fortune, but they were spreading this news, as if they were afraid the whole world would not know. Involving the ancient battle, involving the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage, the whole of southern border will be shaken. Be it righteous path goo immortals, demonic path, or lone immortals, they will all go crazy. In order to seize the immortal goo house, they will not retreat. They will definitely stir up a storm and create a storm of blood. Is Shadow Sect's goal to cause a calamity in southern border? But what benefits does this bring to them? Bai Ningbing suddenly patted his forehead. His expression was vexed, but his gaze became clear again. What is going on with me these days? I was actually blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of the whirlpool of the whole of southern border, sucking in almost all of southern border's goo immortals. I am only a rank 6 goo immortal. I lack methods. I cannot stay here for long. I should leave first. Right? I should go back and probe Old Man Inkstone. Ask him what he is trying to do. Does he want to use this to lure Fang Yuan over? Bai Ningbing rushed back, but Old Man Inkstone was no longer in the stone pavilion. He went to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but could not open the blessed land's entrance. Even using information path mortal goo could not contact him. It was as if the whole of Shadow Sect, including Old Man Inkstone, had completely vanished. Bai Ningbing's suspicions became even more intense. A feeling of being abandoned made him feel that something was amiss. Central continent, falling heavenly river. At this moment, at the source of falling heavenly river, the bottom of the river was filled with light. Countless goo immortals from central continent looked at the only source of light at the bottom of the river, their hearts burning with passion. In this light, an immortal zombie was floating with his eyes closed. His appearance was still the same as when he was alive, filled with vitality, sharp eyebrows, a tall nose, long jade green hair, and his spine was straight like a sword. It was Bo Qing. To think that Bo Qing had turned into an immortal zombie. Back then, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao also underwent tribulation with him. But now, we only see Bo Qing and not Mo Yao. It seems that Mo Yao has already vanished into thin air. According to the sect's records, that heavenly tribulation shook central continent. It was terrifying beyond compare. Bo Qing was so strong, but he was still able to preserve his strength. It is truly inconceivable. How strong was he? The immortals discussed. The corpse was preserved so well. Who knows how many secrets are hidden within? As long as we obtain it, we can unravel the mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation. Even if he does not leave behind a sword path true inheritance, just this research alone will be able to make great progress. Who knows, we might even gain another true inheritance for the sect. Most of these thoughts came from the goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They had a long-term vision and considered the big picture of the sect. And lone demonic immortals like Jin Yisheng focused their attention on the immortal goo that immortal zombie Bo Qing carried. There are many immortal goo auras on his body. It is hard to imagine that they were all preserved. These are all pseudo-venerable sword path immortal goo. I will be satisfied with just one. Central continent's righteous path was prosperous. but demonic cultivators were ruthlessly suppressed. Their situation was the most miserable in the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any ideas about immortal zombie Bo Ching. They only wanted to make some gains and quickly leave. Actually, before this, the immortals had more or less obtained some gains while entering Falling Heavenly River. The sword lights killed many corpses and pieces of flesh. As long as they were careful, they could discover them. But now, Bo Ching's inheritance was too tempting. Chapter 967. At this moment, there were no less than 30 Gu immortals at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River's source. The eyes of the immortals were burning hot. They would occasionally look at the ball of light that was enveloping immortal zombie Bo Ching. At other times, they would secretly look at the surroundings. They were extremely wary of the competitors around them. Among them, the strongest competitors were the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections, Jin Liang, Hong Chiming, Qi Yuntian, and so on. And among the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, the one that made people feel the most threatened was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Qi Yuntian said slowly, "Fairy Bai Qing, the current situation is very clear. Bo Qing Kong had an immortal zombie body. His divine soul should have been destroyed by the tribulation. However, there seems to be some will and emotions left in his mind, and he has the instinct to defend himself. Thus, every time we get close, he will activate his immortal Gu and burst out with extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his hostility, they needed an object that contained Bo Qing's aura, a Gu worm that he refined when he was alive, or Bo Qing's will and emotions. As long as we take out these, we will be able to get close to immortal zombie Bo Qing and gain the initiative." Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. "I don't have these things. If I did, I would have done it already, wouldn't I?" She really didn't, because she did not expect Bo Qing's immortal zombie body to appear. Qi Yuntian smiled lightly. "Why is Fairy Bai Qing lying to us? You were the first to arrive. Why did you come here in secret, alone? Could all of this be a coincidence?" Fairy Bai Qing's smile became even more bitter. "Sir said I came here secretly. This is wrong. I'm borrowing a path from the Myriad Dragon Dock and the War Immortal sect. I'm doing it openly and honorably. What secret?" She had come to explore the source of the Falling Heavenly River because of Feng Jioga's last words. But she couldn't tell him the truth. Spirit Affinity Houses sighed. They had to delay the news of Feng Jioga's death as much as possible to buy time for them to make arrangements. Jin Liang frowned, his voice gradually becoming stern. "Fairy Bai Qing, why hide it? In this situation, if this dragged on, more Gu immortals would be attracted. Any delay would lead to changes. We, the 10 great ancient sects, should work together to control the situation in Central Continent. If those lone immortals and demonic cultivators obtained Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu, it was bound to cause turmoil in Zhongzhou State. Could it be that your esteemed sect is doing this for your own selfish reasons? Are you going to abandon the overall situation of Zhongzhou State?" Qi Yuntian maintained a gentle attitude and continued to persuade. "Our 10 great ancient sects come from the same source after all. Let's work together and snatch immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent the Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance with your esteemed sect. I will definitely guarantee your sect's benefits in this matter." Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered in her heart. Jin Liang and Qi Yuntian were pretending to be the good guy. How could she not see that he was pretending to be the good guy? She was secretly anxious. Everything happened so suddenly that Spirit Affinity House did not send any Gu immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7, against the immortals, she could not do anything alone. No matter what happened to immortal zombie Bo Qing, retrieving his corpse and all his sword path immortal Gu was extremely important to Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 great ancient sects also noticed this. Now that Feng Jioga's whereabouts were unknown, the odds were against him. Spirit Affinity House was weak. They could not let Spirit Affinity House obtain this immortal zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another little Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Jioga, who would the 9 great ancient sects complain to? At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, the situation was complex. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's sword light was sharp and terrifying. It shot towards the whole of Central Continent. large numbers of demonic cultivators, and lone immortals. They came for this reason. They desired chaos and wanted to make a huge fortune. Meanwhile, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders any chance. But at the same time, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not united. The 9 great sects tacitly resisted Spirit Affinity House. And Fairy Bai Qing was mistakenly thought to have a crucial method. She could not back down now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a surging rank 8 aura surged over. Immortals, please retreat. My celestial court will take over this place. Everyone gasped, looking towards the source of the voice. They saw a female immortal flying down leisurely. It was the rank 8 Water Path Gu immortal by Shui. The situation was immediately overturned. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Bright light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was whole again, standing in front of the 3 immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Qin Tian, and Lien Jiusheng were relieved. They let out sighs of relief inwardly. Ever since this Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut by the sudden sword light, they had not rested for the last few days. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding them and destroying more goo worms, they worked day and night to repair the goo worms. They finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 immortals had saved them in time, and Celestial Court had sufficient immortal materials and replacement goo worms. The goo worms destroyed by the sword light were quickly replaced. Most importantly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house after all. It had outstanding defense. Even though it was cut in half by the sword light, the true damage was only to the goo worms near the sword wound. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not suffer any true damage. After gazing at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord breathed in deeply. Holding Fate Gu and using his walking stick, he slowly walked towards the tower. Lien Jiusheng urged, Tower Lord, why don't you rest for a day or two? Why are you in a hurry to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower? Thank you for your concern. It's fine. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting this suggestion. For some reason, the moment the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he started to feel uneasy. As time passed, this uneasiness grew. Even seeing Heaven Overseeing Tower's reconstruction, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's uneasiness was not dispelled. Go. At his will, Fate Gu in his hand turned into a mystical light and entered the top of the tower, entering the core formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord dragged his old body, slowly walking up the stairs in the tower. Every step he took would cost him a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. The brilliance on the walls of the pagoda was brilliant, presenting a chaotic and disorderly scene. There were no useful hints at all. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not surprised. Fate Gu could only display 50% of its power. Thus, half of the scene would be blurry or dark. After walking for about 60 steps, the scene suddenly became clear. Southern Border's nameless mountain peak appeared in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It was vivid and lifelike. On the scene, Martial Duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal were fighting. It was also reflected in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes. This old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. And this. On the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal's forehead, the lotus imprint was bright red. It was very dazzling. An inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pain that Red Lotus Demon Venerable brought to Celestial Court, the damage he brought to Fate Gu, he had tortured generations of Celestial Court Gu Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking, Red Lotus True Inheritance. I must destroy it. I cannot leave behind even a trace. The Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie is secondary, and that graceful chaotic duel stage. It would be best if it could belong to Celestial Court. Even though it is in Southern Border, with the obstruction of the regional walls, Celestial Court has to do its best this time. Just that mystical Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage was already worthy of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals making a move. Even rank 8 goo immortals would have to pay a huge price to travel through the 5 regional walls. It would be very troublesome. If such a scene is not concealed, it will definitely cause a commotion in southern borders goo immortal world. Countless immortals will fight for it. Celestial Court wants to compete across regions. We need to carefully consider the people we choose, and we need to choose the appropriate number of people. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought deeply. Soon, he shook his head, putting these distracting thoughts aside. He continued to walk up the steps. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he reached 83 steps, another scene appeared. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Qing was floating with his eyes closed, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui was leading the group, relying on his own strength. He controlled the whole situation. In the scene, Bai Tsang Shui had a smile on her face as she said some words to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied, Bai Tsang Shui's expression showed disappointment. Soon, she restrained her expression and regained her composure. She moved her fingers, setting up a goo formation. She intended to seal this place first. But right at this moment, a starlight shot out, piercing the goo formation that had not been set up properly, directly towards immortal zombie Bo Qing. Under the illumination of the starlight, immortal zombie Bo Qing suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light shot out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not help but close his eyes. At the next moment, he quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was a scene of blood red. There were Gu Immortal corpses and limbs everywhere. Celestial Court's Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui's head was drifting with the waves. Her eyes were wide open. She had died with a grievance. How could this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious at this scene. 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. 7-Star Child was in front, while Song Zixing and Yumu Chun were behind. Bo Qing, you finally woke up. 7-Star Child laughed loudly, his body emitting rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to immortal zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eyes shined sharply. Sword light flew out. 7-Star Child was shocked. He had not expected Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was extremely sharp. He was cut into 2. Even though he had an immortal zombie body, it was useless. 7-Star Child's death shocked Song Zixing and Yumu Chun. What happened? Envoy Qing actually killed Deputy Envoy Lan. No, he is not Envoy Qing. His mind is filled with providence, and there seems to be a remnant soul in his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun were shocked and furious. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was expressionless. He turned around and looked at them. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun felt a chill in their hearts. They were filled with despair. They could not see any killing intent from immortal zombie Bo Qing's gaze. There was only the mercilessness of the heavenly Tao. They were both people who had escaped fate. They were targets of the heavenly Tao. An intense aura of death engulfed them, facing a pseudo-venerable whose name would go down in history. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun could not escape or evade. They could only wait for death. Chapter 968. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period of time, he had put in all his effort to deduce the immortal killer move, and he had finally succeeded today. This brand new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal Goo, pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, and pulling Water Immortal Goo as the cores, along with over 330,000 Mortal Goo. It was an extremely complicated and dazzling combination. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly, and he had to maintain it for at least 2 hours before he could activate all the goo worms. Then, after 3 days and 3 nights of continuous work, he could turn a living person into an immortal zombie, or from an immortal zombie to a living person. Although it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had already reached his limit by doing this. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with this result. After all, Fang Yuan only had these few Strength Path Immortal Goo. He could use them all thanks to the Light of Wisdom. Of course, he also used Nirvana Fire as a reference. If not for Nirvana Fire, without Blazing Heaven Demoness set of goo worms for Fang Yuan to experiment with, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain the Strength Path version so quickly. There was also Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. It was precisely because of various reasons that this not too big nor too small of a miracle was created. Next, I need to use those Strength Path immortal zombies and exert strength to create a high-grade life and death-blessed land. To regain my life. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. After searching for so long, this moment had finally arrived. As for Luopa Valley, Tai Bai Yunsheng had already repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan had also tried to enter Luopa Valley to cultivate. As expected of a soul cultivation, sacred land on par with Dang Hun Mountain. Together with Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's soul foundation advanced rapidly. But now, Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to regain his life. Soul path cultivation could be put aside for now. He could ignore it. Fang Yuan could not wait any longer. However, just as he was about to start, he suddenly received a letter from the blazing heaven demoness. The content in his heart caused his rebirth plan, which was right before his eyes, to come to an abrupt halt. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie? When Fang Yuan saw these words, his heart pounded. The information that blazing heaven demoness gave him was about the nameless mountain peak in southern border. This matter was too big. This matter concerned an immortal Gu house. Its influence had already spread to the whole of southern border's Gu immortal world. In the southern border, there was naturally a Zombie Alliance branch. Thus, as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly obtained the relevant information. The Blazing Heaven Demoness is ambitious. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel, so she pays close attention to the 5 regions. And as one of the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance, her ability to gather information is even stronger than Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan once again felt his weakness when it came to intelligence. In his previous life, he had an organization, he had connections, he had mature blood path Gu worms that could replace most of the common information path methods. In this life, Fang Yuan mainly used his previous life's memories and worked with others. He used the information sharing of Fairy Li Shan, Land Spirit of Langya, and others. But as more and more accidents happened, Fang Yuan gradually realized that his previous life's memories were not so reliable. The truth of history was often hidden in the depths of the fog, and what Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was mostly an illusion on the surface. Even if he personally experienced it, it might not be as simple as he thought it was. The reasons for the formation of many things were very complex. In my previous life, I had a rough life. I slowly climbed up step by step. My connections and resources were accumulated bit by bit. Thus, I did not have any shortcomings. But after rebirth, because I obtained many fortuitous encounters, my strength grew rapidly and even rose by leaps and bounds. So in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I need to add some information path methods to increase my ability to gather information. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long term, I need to rely on myself. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like the Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long term, I still have to rely on myself. Losing information often meant losing the initiative. Losing intelligence often meant losing the initiative. Just like this time, Fang Yuan was still unaware of it. They were all kept in the dark and almost missed out on this fortuitous opportunity. 3 days later, Fang Yuan returned to the southern border alone and arrived at the nameless mountain peak. Blazing Heaven Demoness was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She told Fang Yuan in her letter that she was busy refining Gu and setting up a Gu immortal formation. She could not leave. However, she would definitely make a move when necessary. Meanwhile, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Northern Plains, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their soul foundation. They also had a strong interest in immortal Gu houses, but the aura of Northern Plains Gu immortals made it difficult for them to travel in southern border. Fang Yuan's visit this time was mainly to gather more information. Even though he was a Northern Plains immortal, with the concealment of vaguely familiar face, ordinary Gu immortals could not recognize him. On the nameless mountain peak, the phantom would reappear every once in a while. Bai Ningbing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan looked at it 3 times. He pondered for a while before trying to get close to the nameless mountain peak. Sure enough, Like what blazing heaven demoness said in her letter, this place had become a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the weaker his limbs became. His immortal aperture seemed to be pushed away by a formless pressure. Fang Yuan had to stop. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be completely destroyed in 50 to 60 steps. Of course not. He was still hoping that his strength path immortal aperture could turn into a life-and-death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could only retreat. At this time, a tender laughter could be heard from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He turned around to look. He saw a beautiful woman in pink clothes. Her hair was tied up in a bun. Her skin was tender like snow. Her eyes were like spring water. She was standing not far away, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was brimming with Gu Immortal aura. She was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan look over, this beautiful woman introduced herself with a smile. I am Li Mei Hua. People call me Granny Mei Hua. I've never seen you before. I wonder where you're cultivating? Fang Yuan smiled, thinking, so she is Granny Mei Hua. Even though Fang Yuan had not seen Granny Mei Hua's appearance, he had seen her granddaughter, the demonic path female Gu master Hu Mei heir. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. There was no fixed relationship between a Gu immortal's age and appearance. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a green robe. His sleeves were wide and large. When the wind blew, his green robe fluttered like a battle flag. Fang Yuan's disguise was that of a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was tall and thin. He looked like a middle-aged man. He had a tall-nosed bridge. His eyes were long and thin. His pupils emitted traces of jade light. His whole body was emitting an energy. He was not someone to be trifled with. Even though he was not handsome, he had his own style. So it is Granny Mei Hua. I have long heard of your name. I am Sheng Ying. I am just a villager. Fang Yuan replied. Sheng Ying. Li Mei Hua engraved this name in her heart. She could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she was not surprised. From Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, dragons, and snakes lurked. Many lone immortals did not show themselves. They were not known by others. But because of the appearance of the immortal Gu house, Gu immortals were attracted. They showed up one after another. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Sheng Ying, was just one of them. These days, the Gu immortals that Li Mei Hua contacted were mostly similar to Fang Yuan. Li Mei Hua took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. She was very enthusiastic. This made Fang Yuan feel suspicious. Fang Yuan was about to speak, but Li Mei Hua took the initiative to tell him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Mei Hua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. He followed Li Mei Hua and set off, stopping at Headless Mountain that was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan arrived, there were already many demonic path and lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, most of them looked at him curiously. Some had dark or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fang Yuan's background, no Gu immortals talked to Fang Yuan yet. But Granny Mei Hua was quite popular. The moment she landed, someone laughed. Li Mei Hua, you brought another one? Ha ha ha. This time, our demonic path allied to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Mei Hua made a huge contribution. Not at all, not at all. Everyone is praising me too much. I was only doing my best. Li Mei Hua smiled as she greeted everyone, talking to them. She handled all aspects of the relationship with ease. Let me introduce. This brother is Sheng Ying. He is a lone immortal. After dealing with them, Li Mei Hua did not forget to introduce Fang Yuan. So it is Brother Sheng. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhong Hezi. I see that you cultivate transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tianhong. I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed an unsociable expression. He was barely able to deal with them. After a short period of intimacy, Headless Mountain regained its tranquility before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Mei Hua did not stay on the mountain for long. She had to go to the nameless mountain to guard it. Before leaving, she pointed at a mountain in front of her, saying to Fang Yuan, that Pine-tail Mountain is the camp of the righteous path Gu immortals. Actually, even without her guidance, The Gu immortal aura coming from the opposite mountain had already informed Feng Yuan. After parting with Li Mei Hua, Feng Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out much. He spent most of his time in a cave. After all, Feng Yuan was in disguise. Vaguely familiar face was not invincible. He waited patiently for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pinetail Mountain welcomed Gu immortals of both the righteous and demonic path. Most of them were rank 6. Every rank 7 Gu immortals' arrival would cause a commotion. Eventually, even 4 rank 8 Gu immortals came. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 righteous path. It was a balanced situation. The rank 8 Gu immortals did not show up. The Gu immortals of both sides chose 1 person each day to carry out a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and 7 nights, the negotiation finally succeeded. Dozens of Gu immortals of both righteous and demonic paths made an agreement. They surrounded the nameless mountain and engaged in a huge gamble that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Chapter 969. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Qing looked at Song Zixing and Yumu Chun emotionlessly. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun's hearts almost stopped beating. The immense pressure caused them to break out in cold sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal Venerable. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the rank 9 Venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he suffered a tribulation and became an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was completely destroyed. He still had enough rank 8 immortal essence, especially his sword path Dao marks. They were not destroyed. Hence, his combat strength was terrifying. The most important thing was the Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would have. Using the same immortal Gu with different Dao marks amplifying the immortal Gu's power, the effect would be completely different. That Qin Bai Sheng was a soul path Gu immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a trace of sword path Dao marks on him, but when using 5-finger fist heart sword, he was able to fight Jogu without losing. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he displayed unparalleled offensive strength. He was almost as powerful as he was when he was alive. So, Bai Tsang Shui, 7-star child and the others had no way to resist. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yumu Chun. The higher the Gu immortal's rank, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. When a rank 7 fought against a rank 6, it could even be a draw under certain circumstances. When a rank 8 fought against a rank 7, the majority of the time, it would be a crushing defeat. A rank 9 beating a rank 8 was as simple as an adult stepping on an ant. Against immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to lose my life here today? What should we do? What should we do? Yumu Chun and Song Zixing's limbs were cold. Countless thoughts flashed in their minds. In the current situation, the two of them had no hope at all. Bo Qing raised a finger and pointed at Song Zixing. A tiny sword light flashed and disappeared. Song Zixing didn't even try to escape. He smiled bitterly as he welcomed his death, because he knew that in front of a mortal zombie Bo Qing, the word escape was meaningless. Bo Qing pointed at Yumu Chun. No, I am unresigned. I cannot die. Yumu Chun shouted. At the moment of life and death, he took out an immortal Gu. He held it in his hand. Immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped moving. A look of struggle quickly appeared on his face. Yumu Chun's heart was beating like a drum. He nervously watched Bo Qing's expression change. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression was emotionless at times. Sometimes he was confused, sometimes he was miserable, sometimes he was sorrowful, and sometimes he was resentful. It was as if he was looking at a lantern on horseback, changing rapidly. Finally, his face became lively, and his eyes became lively. It was as if a person with dementia had suddenly regained consciousness. He looked at his hand, and then at the miserable and bloody bottom of the river. Finally, he looked at Yumu Chun and asked hesitantly, "You are?" Yumu Chun was covered in cold sweat. He looked like he was about to collapse. He answered weakly, "You are finally awake, Imo Yao. Looks like I made the right bet. So close, so close." So the remnant soul in immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was actually Imo Yao's remnant soul. Yumu Chun's immortal goo awakened Imo Yao's remnant soul, causing Providence to fill the immortal zombie's mind. He was expelled. Without Providence's control, immortal zombie Bo Qing naturally stopped. Yumu Chun breathed heavily, continuing, "Do you remember our conversation back then? If you want Bo Qing to revive, Bo Qing." Hearing the name of the person she loved deeply, Imo Yao's remnant soul shook. She controlled her immortal zombie body and nodded, interrupting Yumu Chun's words. "Then what should I do now?" Yumu Chun looked at Seven Star Child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were alive, with the combined strength of Yumu Chun and the other two immortals, they would be able to use an immortal killer move to teleport the immortals to Central Continent's northeast region. That place was under Heavenly Lotus Sect's control. But now, Seven Star Child Song Zixing was dead. Yumu Chun could only settle for the next best thing. He gave up on attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect and turned to combat Immortal Sect. "I hope I can stall them." Yumu Chun looked towards the direction of Celestial Court, feeling very worried. Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was ashen. He was filled with anger. He looked at the painting of Yumu Chun working together with immortal zombie Bo Qing to attack combat Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He could no longer watch. Even though he was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, Combat Immortal Sect was also a lower sect of Celestial Court. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Combat Immortal Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiushang and Bai Chun Tian. There is a huge change at the bottom of falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui is dead. Immortal zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The two immortals were shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go. The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment, but soon they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at combat Immortal Sect's headquarters at the next moment. Looking at the northwest direction, one could only see a majestic sword light flying over in the clear sky. A super battle of rank 8s was right in front of them. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was 800 meters tall. Light path goo worms were produced on the mountain. It was famous in the whole of southern border. For 1,000 years, this mountain had been controlled by one force, Shao Clan. It was said that southern border's Shao Clan and western desert's Shao Clan had the same origin. 1,000 years ago, Western Desert's Shao Clan had internal strife. The losing side wandered to Southern Border in dire straits. Southern Border's Shao Clan was once a super force. But the last Gu immortal, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder, had not appeared for 100 years, causing Shao Clan to fall from a super force to a first-rate force. Shao Clan's current clan leader, Shao Shan, was standing on a slope, looking at Shao Clan's main village at the waist of the mountain. His eyes were filled with disappointment and hatred. A figure swiftly rushed over from the mountain path and landed beside Shao Shan. Immediately, he knelt on the ground. Shao Zifeng greets the clan head. "Is that Wu Hui still causing trouble?" Shao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Shao Zifeng lowered his head. Reporting to clan leader, Wu Hui is still shouting in the hall. He wants us to hand over the culprit who killed his son. The other clan elders are already controlling the situation. Clan leader, don't worry. Shao Shan snorted coldly, clenching his fists. Wu Hui's son clearly had ill intentions and wanted to harm Shao Chui'er. My daughter was only defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu Clan to cause trouble in our Shao Clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, bear with it for now. Wu Hui alone is not a threat, but Wu Clan is too powerful. We cannot resist them. Shao Zifeng quickly persuaded. Shao Shan's fists clenched before relaxing. He sighed deeply. His face was filled with fatigue and bitterness. He waved his hand at Shao Zifeng. All right, I will hide in this back mountain for a while. Shao Zifeng took his leave, his figure vanishing into the forest. Shao Shan sighed at the sky again. The depression and anger in his heart could not be alleviated. Right at this time, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him from the bottom of his heart. "Come here, my descendant." "Who is it?" Xiao Shan was uncertain. This voice came again. "Come here, my descendant." This voice made Xiao Shan feel a sense of familiarity. He followed the voice's guidance and slowly entered the back mountain, arriving at Shao Clan's forbidden area. "This is Shao Clan's forbidden area. Even if I am Shao Clan's leader, I have no right to enter." Xiao Shan stopped, feeling extremely troubled. That voice resounded in his heart again. "My descendant, you have my bloodline. What made you so cowardly?" "I am Shao Clan's ancestor, a Gu immortal of Shao Clan. Quickly come here and obtain my inheritance. The important task of revitalizing the clan is on you." Xiao Shan's eyes brightened. His body trembled in excitement. "Gu immortal, Shao Clan's ancestor. Don't tell me the rumors are true? My Shao Clan really had a Gu immortal?" This voice, let me feel it, is so intimate. "I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. In this world, other than Gu immortals, who can transmit their voices to me? But this is the clan's forbidden area. Any clansman who enters this place will be expelled from the clan. Even I, the clan leader, am no exception." Xiao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists. He was struggling internally. "No, I must obtain my ancestors' inheritance. If Wu Hui continues to cause trouble, my Shao Clan will lose a lot of face. Once Wu Clan supports Wu Hui, can I still protect my daughter?" According to rumors, Wu Clan is so powerful because they have Wu Clan's Gu immortals behind them. If I can obtain the inheritance and become a Gu immortal, I will definitely be able to revive Shao Clan's reputation and change everything. Xiao Shan had a resolute expression on his face. He no longer hesitated, walking towards the back mountain's forbidden area. Following the voice's guidance, he came to a cave. Inside the cave, he saw an immortal Gu. Before he could react, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. "This Gu worm's aura is suppressing me so much that I cannot move. Is this the legendary immortal Gu?" Xiao Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, he could not find any traces of the immortal Gu. He could not find it no matter how he searched. And at this time, the voice in his heart stopped. Xiao Shan walked out of the back mountain's forbidden area with apprehension and suspicion. "Brother, now that Wu Clan's elders are here to cause trouble, as the clan leader, you actually violated the clan's rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to take on the responsibility of clan leader." Xiao Meng suddenly appeared with a large group of Shao clan elders behind him. Xiao Shan shouted in alarm. He already knew that this younger brother of his had huge ambitions. He had been scheming for the position of clan leader. "It is not what you think." Xiao Shan wanted to explain, but he could not do so. This matter concerned a Gu immortal inheritance. He did not dare to speak casually. He was afraid that other forces experts would snatch it. "Your explanation is just a cover-up. According to the clan's rules, you are no longer a member of Shao Clan. The position of clan leader is mine." Xiao Meng shouted. His expression was ruthless and furious. Excitement and ambition were hidden deep in his eyes. Chapter 970. The sword light streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. However, the Heaven Lake, where the Heavenly Lotus sect was located, was still far away in the sky. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing and Yumu Chun. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, frowned, his eyes releasing sword light as he scanned the surroundings. The sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever it went, ripples would appear in the air. The illusion would be broken, and the real scene would be revealed. But after a breath, the real scene was covered by layers of illusions. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. It has great achievement in Illusion Path. It was created by illusion demon Immortal Huang Shao 300 years ago. Yumu Chun immediately explained. Immortal zombie Bo Qing nodded, sighing with emotion. Each generation brings forth new talents. After my body perished, it seems that many geniuses have emerged in Zhongzhou state. Yumu Chun continued. Illusory demon Immortal died long ago. This Immortal Gu house can trap us and confuse us. Only now did we realize that the person controlling it has an extremely high cultivation. As he spoke, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Qin Tian, and Lien Jiusheng appeared. Escaping fate is already a grave sin. Now, you still want to attack the Celestial Court's lower sect. Your crimes are unforgivable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sternly reprimanded. Noisy. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He swept his arm and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Qin Tian, and Lien Jiusheng shouted together as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable. It broke all the killer moves of the three immortals of the Celestial Court. Its power was greatly reduced, but it still attacked the three immortals. The three immortals disappeared without a trace. He dodged the attack. Coward. Immortal zombie Bo Qing snorted coldly. He was very unhappy. Yu Mu Chun's eyes flashed. He sighed in relief. The three immortals of the Celestial Court personally controlled the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s. Finally, Bo Qing and Yu Mu Chun were trapped inside. Time passed. Several days later. Southern border, nameless mountain peak. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 explosions, and light bloomed. Xiao Meng was sent flying. As his body flew through the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! A muffled sound. He did not fall to the ground. Instead, he was caught by the elders behind him with great difficulty. Defeated, Xiao Meng's face turned pale. He widened his eyes and used a gaze that was filled with hatred and fury to stare intently at Xiao Shan on the mountain peak. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic path Gu masters. They were both rank 5 experts. One was tall and fat while the other was short and skinny. A few days ago, Xiao Shan stepped into the forbidden area behind the Radiance Mountain. Those who violated the rules of the Xiao clan would be severely punished. Xiao Meng seized the opportunity to seize power and kill Xiao Shan. As Xiao Shan fled, Xiao Meng gathered the elders and chased after him. Chasing to this nameless mountain peak, Xiao Shan had nowhere to go and was in a desperate situation. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Meng, 2 demonic path Gu immortals descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Meng failed. His heart was filled with anger. He struggled to break free from the support of the clan elders, stood up, and shouted loudly, "Xiao Shan, you really have ulterior motives." As a righteous path clan leader, he actually colluded with demonic path Gu masters. Xiao Shan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with bitterness and anger. "I really misjudged you. For the sake of power, you actually tried to kill me. You are actually so ruthless. It is laughable that I have always treated you as my only relative in this world. You can distort the truth, but I believe everyone's eyes are clear. Lord Xiao Meng, the enemy is too strong. We should retreat first." "That's right, there is still time." Although Xiao Shan is heavily injured and on the verge of death, the 2 rank 5 demonic path Gu masters behind him are in good condition. The elders behind him tried to persuade him in a low voice. "Humph." Xiao Meng spat out a small mouthful of blood, saying in disdain, "These 2 are also stray dogs. Although their cultivation is high, they do not have many Gu worms. What is there to be afraid of?" But even though he said that, Xiao Meng knew that he could no longer kill his brother Xiao Shan in this situation. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, thinking inwardly, "Now that I have the upper hand, I am righteous. I should not fight to the death. I can inherit the clan leader position after returning to Radiance Mountain. At that time, I will use my identity as a Righteous Path member to issue a bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is alone and is wanted by the Righteous Path. He can only flee for his life. His battle strength will definitely fall. And I will wait for him to exhaust himself and kill him in the future. That is the wiser choice." Thinking of this, Xiao Meng no longer tried to be brave. "Xiao Shan, you traitor of the Righteous Path, you will definitely die a horrible death. I will let you off for now, just wait. I will definitely take care of you in the future. Let's go." After saying these ruthless words, Xiao Meng led the elders and carefully retreated. Although he was injured, his battle strength was still outstanding. The 2 demonic path Gu masters lacked Gu worms. They did not dare to chase blindly and let them leave. "Brother Xiao, we meet again." The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path Gu master was called Sun Pang who, seeing Xiao Meng leave, He looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. That short and skinny rank 5 Gu master was called Zhou Xingxing. He placed his hand on Xiao Shan's shoulder and activated a healing Gu worm. Don't reminisce, quickly heal Brother Zhao's injuries. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of the 2 Gu masters. Xiao Shan had a defeated expression as he sighed deeply. This time, it was all thanks to your help, otherwise I would have lost my life here. But this brother of mine is ruthless. He will definitely make a comeback. He will not rest until he kills me. I can heal my injuries myself. Leave quickly. I don't want to implicate you too. Brother Xiao, what are you saying? Back then I was saved by Brother Xiao. My life was originally Brother Xiao's to begin with. That's right. Back then, I took revenge and slaughtered my enemy's entire family, but was captured by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, after you heard my story, you released me that night. I will always remember this kindness. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing said in a sincere and passionate tone. The 2 of us won't leave. Xiaomeng can come if he wants. I will accompany him to the end. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing had a resolute attitude. Xiao Shan was greatly moved. His eyes were wet with tears. Sigh. I have seen through it all these years. Who says demonic path Gu masters are fickle and heartless? On the contrary, hypocrites are everywhere in the righteous path. Big Brother Xiao is absolutely right. We of the demonic path have many true natures, and the righteous path has tried every possible way to kill us. Big Brother, since the righteous path cannot tolerate you, let us travel together from now on. I want to make a name for myself in the demonic Tao, Sun Penghu said heroically. Xiao Shan fell into silence. Deep in his bones, he still believed in the righteous path and did not want to enter the demonic path. He knew that he had an immortal Gu on him. He still wanted to rebuild Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing observed his expression. Big Brother, you might not understand. When they heard that you were banished by your family and that you were being hunted down by those treacherous villains, many heroes of the underworld rushed over to help you. Big Brother, all these years, to help the needy, saving people from fire and water, regardless of the difference in status. Everyone is willing to save you and work for you. Xiao Shan shook his head and did not speak. At this moment, a voice came from the bottom of his heart again. Foolish child. Why was there a need to rigidly adhere to the distinction between righteous and evil? Since you inherited my immortal Gu, you have the ability to create Xiao clan and lead the clan to glory. Now, I will give you a test. Listen carefully. Xiao Shan was excited. He listened attentively. The voice in his heart told him that only by passing this test could he truly inherit the immortal Gu and obtain the method to become a Gu immortal. On this mountain, we will gather Gu masters and create a village. We will fight against any invading righteous path enemies. As long as I can last 100 days, I will pass the test and obtain the immortal Gu, becoming a Gu immortal. Xiao Shan's excitement was indescribable. His fists were clenched, his eyes were shining. Good, then let's go all out. Let's show these so-called righteous path people our power. Xiao Shan suddenly spoke with excitement. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing were overjoyed. After chatting for a while, the 2 sides were in love and chatted merrily. Xiao Shan saw that the time was ripe and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing slapped their thighs. This was wonderful. Immediately, they chopped off the chicken's head, drank the blood wine, and used the letter Gu to swear. After becoming sworn brothers, Xiao Shan's face regained some color. He stood up and faced the mountain winds, looking into the distance. He sighed. Yesterday's righteous path Xiao Shan is already dead. Today, the one standing here is the demonic path Xiao Shan. This place is fated with me. It is heaven's arrangement that allowed me to meet you 2 brothers here. I want to create a brand new village on this mountain. I welcome any demonic path Gu masters to join us. Let's discuss our grand plan and unite to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Peng, whose face was flushed with excitement, he gave a thumbs up and praised, Brother, you are truly worthy of being called the most righteous hero, Xiao. Such a grand plan. Zhou Xingxing spat out a mouthful of saliva. Ruthlessness flashed on his face. Damn it. I have been hunted down by the righteous path all these years. I have been on the run for my life. I have been very unhappy. Brother, I will definitely support you. Let's do this. Good brother. Xiao Shan stretched out his hands, grabbing Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing's arms. After pondering for a while, he said, "The demonic path is suspicious. To accomplish this, we need to put down our prejudices and suspicions. We need to trust others and follow the code of brotherhood. I have already thought of it. The village we will create will be called Etian Village. This mountain will be called Etian Mountain." Far away, Fang Yuan saw this and sighed faintly. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Etian Mountain. The first time he saw this mountain, he had already recognized it, but he had not expected the true cause of the battle of Etian Mountain in his previous life to be like this. In my previous life, my level was too low. My vision was limited to the mortal world. There were layers and layers of history behind the scenes who obtained the immortal Gu House in my previous life. Fang Yuan was very curious about this. His gaze swept downwards, piercing through the soil and inspecting the immortal Gu House deep underground. Graceful chaotic duel stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was unbreakable. The forbidden zone for immortals was its power leaking out. Evidently, it had the essence of food path. The goo worms that formed the immortal Gu House were all well fed and in good condition. As for that rank 8 immortal zombie, although he had the great strength true martial physique, he mainly cultivated wisdom path. He was naturally unwilling to be suppressed. He used some killer move and attempted to refine the immortal Gu House with his battle will. He did not succeed. His soul had completely perished, leaving behind only an empty shell. But he did not fail completely. He had left behind a large amount of battle will in the immortal Gu House. This battle will had already been purified by the immortal Gu House, becoming unowned pure battle will. When a battle occurs on Etian Mountain, the Gu Master's battle will and the immortal Gu House's battle will resonate. The pure battle will would gradually transform into the Gu Master's personal battle will. If one person could transform the battle will in these immortal Gu Houses into their own battle will, then they would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then. That was to refine the immortal Gu House and become its true owner. The duel that Southern Borders Gu Immortals agreed upon revolved around this point. Firstly, the forbidden zone for immortals had already expanded to 10,000 Li Gu Immortals could not take action personally, they could only choose mortals as their representatives. Next, they had to form a battlefield. Only through continuous intense battles could the mortal Gu Master's battle will be incessantly stimulated. Next, a simple wisdom path trick was done on the mortal Gu Masters. Finally, after the pure battle will in the immortal Gu House was infected, it would turn into the Gu Immortal's personal battle will. To sum it up, the Gu Immortal would choose a mortal and use the mortal as a tool, while the Gu Immortal would indirectly refine graceful chaotic duel stage. Xiao Shan was the person chosen by Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. He not only had Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's immortal Gu, he also had immortal essence and a large amount of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's battle will. But Xiao Shan was a mere mortal. He could only see the phantom image of an immortal Gu. He simply could not sense the truth. Of course, other than Xiao Shan, Xiao Meng was also a pawn of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. If not for Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's arrangement, how could Xiao Meng coincidentally find out about Xiao Shan entering the forbidden area? Chapter 971. After Xiao Shan repelled Shao Clan's pursuers and named this peak Etian Mountain, he began to invite demonic cultivators and recruit soldiers. Before he was expelled from his family, he was known as supremely righteous and had a wide network of contacts. He was popular on both the righteous and demonic paths. Xiao Shan's personality was straightforward. He was clear about gratitude and grudges, and he valued relationships. On the other hand, the Shao clan was weak and was being suppressed by the Wu clan and other factions. They had to strike from both sides. After all, sometimes demonic Gu masters could not be offended, especially those rank 4 or 5 lone wolves. These devil path experts were different from the righteous path experts. The demonic Dao powerhouses were lone wolves and acted without scruples. Righteous experts, on the other hand, had morals, family, reputation, and other restraints. All these years, in order to strengthen the Shao clan, the Shao clan had established the Shao clan's caravan towards these demonic path powerhouses that roamed the world. They were even more careful than other families. These last years, Shao Shan had let these demonic path goo masters go when he could, roped them in when he could, and killed them when he could. Sometimes, he even helped some lone cultivators or demonic goo masters. Thus, although he was a righteous path tribe leader, he was acknowledged by many goo masters in the demonic path. All of this resulted in Shao Shan's extremely powerful rallying power. When he decided to build a stronghold and the news spread, it immediately received many responses. Several days later, several demonic Dao experts, travel-worn, took the initiative to come to him. In addition, Southern Border's Goo Immortals were secretly adding fuel to the fire, inserting their own chess pieces into this battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path Goo Masters and lone cultivator Goo Masters joined Etion village. After only 6 or 7 days, there were already more than 30 members in Etion stronghold. This kind of growth speed caused even Shao Shan himself to be secretly shocked and greatly surprised. Once there were more people, an organization would be formed. Any kind of organization. There had to be a difference in status. In the world of Goo Masters, the strong were revered. Among everyone, Shao Shan was not only the strongest. Moreover, his prestige was the highest, and he was publicly elected as the chief of Etian stronghold. He sat firmly on the first seat. As for the other two, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing sat second and third respectively. After all, they were rank 5 experts. They were the strongest. As for the latecomers, most of them were rank 2 or 3, with very few being rank 4. They were arranged according to their cultivation and strength. In a cave, Fang Yuan was drinking with a Goo Immortal. This rank 6 demonic path Goo Immortal. He was short, but his head was huge. He was an old man, and people called him Gualao. "Come, brother Xingying, have a taste? How does my melon wine taste?" Gualao enthusiastically urged. Fang Yuan knew the purpose of Gualao's visit, so he calmly took a sip, nodded, and commented, "Not bad. Not bad." Although Fang Yuan said yes, his expression was calm. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. Old Gua observed his expression. He chuckled, pointing outside the cave. "I wonder what Brother Xingying thinks about the southern border gamble?" Fang Yuan said calmly, "This matter concerns the ownership of the graceful chaotic duel stage. No one will give way. Since everyone has participated in the bet, made a bet, and invested a huge amount of money, there shouldn't be any trouble. In the past, it had always been the righteous path suppressing the demonic path. Be it mortal Goo Masters. It was still the Goo Immortal world. But this time, it was an exception. An immortal Goo house had appeared. Southern Border's Goo Immortal world was in an uproar. In order to compete for the immortal Goo house, demonic immortals and lone immortals rushed out. Because of this, the righteous path had no choice but to compromise and set this huge bet. The content of the bet was to choose mortal chess pieces to participate in the righteous and demonic battle on Etion Mountain, and help the Goo Immortals behind the scenes to refine the immortal Goo house. But to participate in this huge bet, there were prerequisites. Any Goo Immortal who wanted to participate in this bet had to place a bet. Whoever placed more bets and arranged a chess piece with a higher cultivation level would be able to join the gambling house earlier. Eventually, this huge bet ended, and all the bets had to be divided again. According to the amount of battle will each Goo Immortal refined into the immortal Goo house, they would be ranked. Whoever had more battle will in the immortal Goo house would obtain more bets. Of course, the winner who refined more than 50% of the battle will and could activate the immortal Goo house would obtain the most bets. But other Goo Immortals could also have some meat soup. They could even win big with a small amount and obtain a huge fortune. This rule could be said to be the work of a god. Precisely because of this, all the Goo Immortals participating in the bet, be they righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity with each other or not, they subconsciously joined forces to maintain this matchless bet. If anyone tried any tricks or went back on their word, their bets would be confiscated. Later Goo Immortals could also join, but they had to participate in this duel. And as the duel progressed, Goo Immortals could continue to raise their bets. And demonic immortal Gualao, who was in front of Fang Yuan, was someone who wanted to raise his bets. But he did not have any funds on hand. These last days, he had been borrowing money everywhere. Everyone knew about it. This time, he specially looked for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was indifferent. Gualao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention this duel. Fang Yuan had only casually evaluated, but Gualao squinted his eyes and gave a thumbs up, laughing exaggeratedly at Fang Yuan. Brother Xingying, you are right. You are absolutely right. You have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this duel are greater than the heavens. If anyone breaks the rules, they will become enemies with the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. So if you want to earn some money, you have to participate in the duel. Look at the current situation. Even though the duel has just started, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder is in the lead. Shao Shan is his chess piece. In the battle between Shao Shan and Shao Mang, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder has already become the first person to convert his battle will in an immortal Gu house. As long as Shao Shan does not die, his advantage will continue to grow. Fang Yuan glanced at Gualao. Shao Shan is a rank 5 Gu master and is the first to enter the casino. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally has a huge advantage. However, he has also paid a huge price for this. Even though he is only a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has invested the most bets. Even the other rank 8s cannot compare to him. Gualao nodded, smiling, showing his yellow teeth. That's right. The earlier the chess piece enters Etion Mountain, the more advantageous it is. Of course, the chess piece's cultivation level has to be guaranteed. It has to be at least rank 4, otherwise, if he dies inside, it would be a huge loss. Brother Xingying, I won't hide it from you. I want to use myself as a gambling stake. But I am in a tight spot right now. Brother Xingying, can you lend me some immortal materials for now? After the matter is over, I will return you double the amount. Fang Yuan smiled. Sure. Gualao was overjoyed. He was about to thank him when Fang Yuan said, but we need to set a contract. Of course, it is also necessary. Gualao quickly nodded. Fang Yuan added, we also need to use immortal Gu as collateral. The joy on Gualao's face froze. Brother Xingying, what kind of joke is this? If I had immortal Gu, why would I need to scheme for this immortal Gu house? Fang Yuan's expression also changed immediately. His expression was cold. His eyes shined with a sharp light as he said, Gualao, you don't even have an immortal Gu, yet you want to scheme for an immortal Gu house? Don't you think you are being too whimsical? Your appetite is too big? Xingying you. Gualao was about to flare up, but he suddenly sensed the immortal Gu aura on Fang Yuan's body that was no longer concealed. He actually has an immortal Gu. Gualao's heart sank. Many rank 6 Gu immortals did not have an immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan had one. This was out of Gualao's expectations. In his opinion, any Gu immortal with an immortal Gu, they would more or less have some fame. But Xingying clearly did not. He thought of Fang Yuan as a lone immortal in dire straits, only cultivating in a corner. But Fang Yuan had an immortal Gu. This made Gualao wary. First, with an immortal Gu, their battle strength would increase by a large margin. Xingying, who had an immortal Gu, was not someone Gualao could deal with. So he could not flare up. He laughed dryly and cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. I was rude. Please don't blame me, Brother Xingying. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. You can leave now? I'm leaving, goodbye. Gualao smiled and took a few steps back, before turning around and leaving. He did not dare to linger any longer. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared. He showed an expression of anger and humiliation. His gaze was cold as he roared in his heart, Humph! Having an immortal Gu is really amazing. Today's humiliation. I will remember it. When I have an immortal Gu, I will definitely return everything I got today to you. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan pondered. Gualao's matter made him realize the gambling mentality of many bottom-level Gu immortals. Most of these people did not have an immortal Gu, so they were extremely eager to obtain an immortal Gu house. Everyone knew that one could not become fat in one go, but when it came to themselves, who did not want to become rich overnight? The current gambling house gave these Gu immortals a very good competitive environment. Under normal circumstances, like finding a wild immortal Gu, Gu immortals would fight for it. These bottom-level Gu immortals without immortal Gu would have low battle strength. How could they be the match of other Gu immortals? But this gambling house did not test the Gu Immortal's own battle strength, but other aspects. All of this gave the bottom-level Gu Immortals hope of winning. There were many examples like Gualao. Fang Yuan thought of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. According to reports, this rank 7 Righteous Path Gu Immortal was facing huge trouble. He had barely passed the previous tribulation. His strength had not recovered yet. And the next tribulation would be even more powerful. It was just around the corner. He was the only Gu Immortal left in Shao Clan. Without the support of the clan's Gu Immortals, he would not be able to survive alone. He would die for sure. However, this battle had given him hope of survival. If he had an immortal Gu house, he would have a high chance of surviving this tribulation. Therefore, this time, he emptied his bank account and staked it all on a single throw to place the biggest bet. These stakes gave him the qualifications to choose 2 chess pieces. Moreover, these 2 chess pieces had rank 5 cultivation level. Xiao Shan was the first to enter the gambling house. Xiao Meng, on the other hand, had to wait for some time before he could enter. Xiao Shan was of the demonic path, while Xiao Meng was of the righteous path. Regardless of the outcome of the demonic and righteous battle, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder had made ample preparations. The 2 rank 5 chess pieces had little chance of dying. As time passed, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's advantage would become greater. This time, I purposely leaked the aura of an immortal Gu. It is enough to make other Gu Immortals wary. They will not think that I am weak. I need to participate in this gambling house properly. The information leaked in the gambling house is extremely precious. It is the best chance for me to interact with Southern Borders Gu Immortal world and understand the structure of Southern Borders Gu Immortal forces. As for this gambling house, maybe I can participate personally. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Chapter 972. The Forbidden Zone for Immortals was the power of graceful chaotic dual stage. This region covered the surrounding thousands of li of Etion Mountain. Any Gu Immortal who entered would be greatly suppressed. If they went too deep, their lives would be in danger. Before the bet was made, Southern Borders Gu Immortals had probed it. But even rank 8 Gu Immortals had to return empty-handed. In addition, due to the external pressure from the competitors, this unprecedented bet was formed. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this forbidden zone for immortals had a loophole. This loophole was Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but their power would be greatly reduced. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder had placed an Immortal Gu in Xiao Shan's body, and secretly left behind immortal essence to protect Xiao Shan's life to a certain extent. After all, Xiao Shan was a descendant of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. Immortal Gu can be used in the Forbidden Zone for immortals, but Gu Immortals cannot enter. Does this mean that this Forbidden Zone only targets Gu Immortals themselves? Fang Yuan had this guess in his mind. Then, what was the main difference between Immortal Gu and Gu Immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the key. Immortal Gu were carriers of Dao marks. Gu Immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan naturally thought of immortal apertures. Maybe immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal Gu did not have immortal apertures, but Gu Immortals definitely had immortal apertures. If the Forbidden Zone targeted immortal apertures, maybe Fang Yuan could use this loophole to participate in the Battle of Etion Mountain. I am different from others. I have 2 apertures. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the first mortal aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the second immortal aperture. If I can seal the immortal aperture, if I become immortal rank 5 Gu Master again, would I be able to enter the Forbidden Zone for immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt there was hope. He did not have the method to seal the immortal aperture, but he had Wisdom Gu and Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. He could completely deduce it himself. Moreover, I also have the method to relocate immortal apertures and successfully moved star form Blessed Land. This is a great reference for my deductions. Right, there is also Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path Aperture Taking Method. Maybe I can gain more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. Because of old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, she created this fire path aperture taking technique. I might be able to obtain some of old Immortal Kong Ju's research results from her. Fang Yuan's thoughts became more active. Old Immortal Kong Ju. He was publicly recognized as a refinement path supreme grandmaster, on par with long-hair ancestor and old eccentric Tian Nan. He had the deepest understanding of immortal apertures and apertures. Until now, no one had surpassed him. If Fang Yuan could obtain some of his inheritances, it would definitely be of great help in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. Fang Yuan Gu 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 Immortal Sect Gu Gu Sect. According to the standard of the wager, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage Gu Master, and this Gu Master had to wait 3 months before he could step onto the stage of Etian Mountain. He had many immortal materials in his possession. He had a lot of capital, so he could definitely increase the stakes. However, he was a newcomer after all, and if he acted rashly, he would definitely die. If he attracted the attention of other Gu Immortals, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal attacked Fang Yuan, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, they could increase the stakes as they wished during the bet. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Other than that, the graceful chaotic dual stage also made his heart beat faster. After all, this was an immortal Gu house. And this immortal Gu house contained the secret of food path. After so many years, not a single Gu worm had starved to death. If he could obtain the secrets of food path from it, he might be able to resolve the problem of feeding Fang Yuan's immortal Gu. It was a great help. Fang Yuan quietly left the vicinity of Etian Mountain and used fixed immortal travel. He secretly returned to Hu immortal blessed land. In the following period of time, he paid close attention to the Battle of Etian Mountain. On the other hand, he was actively deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. The deduction method progressed rapidly. Wisdom Gu was worthy of being a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom, it would be of great help. Over a month later, the righteous and demonic battle of Etian Mountain had already swept through southern border's mortal world. Practically all the major powers and experts of the southern border had their attention drawn by this great battle. After Xiao Shan created Etian Village, it attracted the first wave of righteous path attacks. These were the experts sent by Wu Clan, the super force closest to Etian Mountain. Wu Shintong, Wu Clan Elder, rank 4 peak stage, Enslavement Path Gu Master. Enslavement Path Gu Masters specialized in fighting one against many. They were most afraid of beheading the leader. Thus, Wu Shantong had 3 rank 4 Gu Masters with him to protect his life. 2 of these 3 rank 4 Gu Masters were clan leaders of clans that were under Wu Clan. The last one was Wu Clan Elder, his personal guard, Wu Shantong. The beast group attacked Etian Mountain like a tidal wave. The newly created Etian village of the demonic path was drowned by the beast group. Many demonic path Gu Masters died, but with the attacks of Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu, and Zhou Xingxing, 3 rank 5 Gu Masters, Wu Shintong was forced to retreat with heavy injuries, while 2 rank 4 righteous path Gu Masters lost their lives. Although Wu Shintong's attack was repelled, to the newly created Etian village, it was a huge blow. If Wu Shintong did not die, Xiao Shan and the rest would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Just when the 3 of them decided to stake it all on this, risking their heavy injuries to descend the mountain and kill Wu Shintong, a demonic path Gu Master came up the mountain. Moreover, he brought Wu Shantong's severed head. This person was called Lu Zuanfeng. He was also a rank 5 Gu Master, and was known as the #1 divine thief in southern border. He had a demonic path Gu Immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai Clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Zuanfeng relied on his elusive stealth methods to kill Wu Shantong and resolve Etian Stronghold's crisis. The first wave of righteous path attacks crumbled completely. Wu Clan was not resigned to this. They quickly sent a second elder to fight. And this time, they gathered 2 new elders of Shang Clan, Yin Tu and Zhu Kai Bei. In the second battle between righteous and demonic, both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Mei He and Fei Yuang went up the mountain together, joining Etian village. These 2 Gu Masters were not simple. They were Gu Masters of southern border. The famous Flying Master. Etian village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Mei He and Fei Yuang, the righteous path invited a female Gu Master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a Flying Master, but belonged to a righteous path force. But Hong Fei Yu was alone. She could not resist the alliance of two demonic flying masters. At the moment of Hong Feiyu's life and death, Shang clan's reinforcements arrived. It was white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang's aptitude rose through Shang Yin Fei's guidance. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Feiyu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Feiyu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought 1 against 2. He fought against Lan Meihe and Feiyu Wang, eventually stalling for time until the Righteous Path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Feiyu Wang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the Righteous and Demonic Paths, entering the ranks of Flying Masters. Southern Border's 3 Great Flying Masters became the 4 Great Flying Masters with Wei Yang at the head. Wei Yang's addition caused the Righteous and Demonic battle to fall into a deadlock again. However, as Second Zombie King walked up Etion Mountain, the Enslavement Path showed its might again. The Righteous Path lacked Wu Shintong. They had no choice but to retreat. The second battle between Righteous and Demonic came to an end. It seems it is because of me. The Battle of Etion Mountain has also undergone some changes. Fang Yuan observed as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Etion Mountain should have had the upper hand at this stage. This was because Wang Xiao joined Etion Mountain and killed many Righteous Path experts. He was extremely fierce and even threatened Xiao Shan, attempting to seize the position of the leader of the demons. But on Sancha Mountain, Wang Xiao was killed by Fang Yuan. In this life, Etion Mountain did not have Wang Xiao and was almost suppressed by the Righteous Path. Fortunately, there was Second Zombie King. He appeared in advance and saved the Demonic Path's decline. Second Zombie King came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely a chess piece of a Southern Border immortal zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu Master. He had once left behind an inheritance on Mu Bei Mountain and became an Enslavement Path Gu Master, Ding Hao. But in this life, Ding Hao was also killed by Fang Yuan. In the battle in my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save his master, Second Zombie King. Now, if Second Zombie King encounters a calamity, who will block it for him? Fang Yuan was curious about this. The Battle of Etion Mountain continued like wildfire, but Fang Yuan encountered difficulties in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. He was facing a bottleneck. He needed to use other methods to get past it. Otherwise, he would need 17 to 18 years to deduce it with his own efforts. Fang Yuan asked Blazing Heaven Demoness for help. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. It was enough for Fang Yuan to get past this hurdle. But Blazing Heaven Demoness took the chance to ask for a higher price. She mentioned borrowing Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others naturally wanted a share. But Southern Border's Gu Immortals were working together to fight. They could not interfere. They were Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once they appeared, they would be ostracized and killed by Southern Border's Gu Immortals. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border was the most xenophobic region. Eastern Sea was the least xenophobic, followed by Central Continent. Thus, He Lulan and the others wanted to interfere. They wanted to borrow Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling. Borrowing an immortal killer move and borrowing an immortal Gu were 2 different concepts. Once an immortal killer move was borrowed, the secrets contained within would be known by other Gu Immortals. They would know the pros and cons of the move. They could easily think of ways to counter the immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had no choice but to compromise. He borrowed Vaguely Familiar Face and obtained a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, he paid a huge price, but he also quickly obtained his rewards. After overcoming the bottleneck, the speed at which he deduced the dermic art sped up once again, and everything went smoothly. Chapter 973. Central Continent. Boom. Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion formed a majestic heat wave that spread out in all directions at an incomparably fast speed. In just a breath of time, the dense forest within 1,000 li was completely obliterated, turning into a barren land of sand. The 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court gradually showed themselves. They formed a circle. All of them were heavily injured. They stared at the lonely figure standing at the center with solemn gazes. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was straight. He was proud like a spear. He slowly moved his pupils. A sword light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The 8 Gu immortals were shocked. 3 of them even subconsciously took a step back. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered many losses from this sword pupil. But the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes only flashed for a moment. Next, the light in his eyes completely vanished. He did not move. He was like a statue. Success. We finally killed the remnant soul in Bo Qing's body. The Celestial Court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. They had won this battle. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-venerable, but he only had a corpse left. The remnant soul in his body was still Mo Yao's. The Celestial Court Gu immortals targeted this weakness. They used tactics to completely destroy Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Without the remnant soul, immortal zombie Bo Qing showed no signs of movement. It has been a long time since I had such a shocking battle. Among the Celestial Court Gu immortals, someone sighed. Thankfully, this immortal zombie Bo Qing had such a huge weakness. Otherwise, some of us would have died in this battle. It is a pity we did not leave any survivors. Take this immortal zombie body to Celestial Court and store it properly. I am going back to sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Qin Tian, and Lian Zhusheng used the Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden to trap immortal zombie Bo Qing and Yumu Chun. Bo Qing fought against 3 immortals. His sword path power was unparalleled. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court could not match him. They could only ask for reinforcements. 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals. He had no choice but to interrupt his slumber and descend to the mortal world to provide support. 8 Gu immortals formed the ancient battle formation. After a month, they finally killed Yumu Chun and destroyed Mo Yao's remnant soul. After the battle ended, the 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals returned to their headquarters and went back to sleep. Their lifespans. There weren't many left, so they had to be used wisely. Bai Qin Tian and Lian Zhusheng also wanted to leave. Their situation was much better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to take care of their descendants and sections. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Qin Tian and persuaded Lian Zhusheng to go to the source of falling heavenly river to search again. As for himself, he flew to the Celestial Court. We may have won this battle. I feel more and more uneasy, as if the end of the world is coming. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower, this old rank 8 Gu immortal frowned. He stepped into the tower and continued his calculations. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. His gaze was filled with bewilderment. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to move. In the past, he only needed to expend 1 bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, for some reason, the amount of immortal essence expended for each step increased by several times. Ever since I took control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What in the world is going on? An intense intuition told Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's matter. It was only the beginning. Behind the scenes, there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand. It seems that someone is secretly obstructing my deductions. In that case, I have to succeed in my deductions even more and reach the top of the tower. I want to see who is it that escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb. His expression was firm and without the bewilderment from before. But after he climbed 100 steps, the wall started to turn pitch black. It was like the darkest ink had covered the entire wall. There were no images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it? Interfering with my deductions. And they can actually interfere with the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower to such an extent. Time flowed forward at a constant pace. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was extremely tired and exhausted. The immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life was almost expended. He cast an expectant gaze at the last wall. Ever since the first black mural, He had not seen any other images. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew that Fate Immortal Gu's power was omnipresent and unstoppable. This final painting would definitely expose the culprit behind the scenes. When he reached the top, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His aged body trembled violently. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But different from before, there was a pair of bright eyes in the darkness. This was a pair of human eyes, but they were filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. He stared at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord like a ferocious beast hiding in the darkness. He was quietly waiting for an opportunity, and when he charged out of the darkness, heaven and earth trembled in fear. You are. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's body was drenched in cold sweat. He was trembling and his teeth were chattering. After a long while, he barely managed to calm down. But there was still a trace of fear and panic on his face. Danger. A huge danger. If we do not stop it, Celestial Court will be destroyed because of this. Immortal Zombie Boching is just a layer of fog trying to block our eyes. We need to awaken all the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. This is a battle of life and death. Thinking of this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate. He left Heaven Overseeing Tower and charged towards Floating Maple Cliff. On this floating maple cliff, there was a huge Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord activated the Gu formation resolutely. A loud bell sound resounded in the whole of heaven. At the next moment, Celestial Court shook. At the same time, in southern border, I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan had already changed his appearance. He sealed his immortal aperture and stepped onto Etion Mountain. Ever since he obtained a portion of Blazing Heaven Demoness Kongju inheritance, Fang Yuan did not encounter any more obstacles in his deductions. He used the method of sealing his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sealed his immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Gu Master, officially stepping onto this stage. At this time, on Etion Mountain, the situation had changed greatly. Large numbers of Gu Masters joined the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path launched the third and fourth wave of attacks. Be it righteous or demonic, both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King gathered many disciples. The zombie army was a huge headache for the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Fei Yu worked together to suppress Lan Mei He and Fei Yuang. They had a slight advantage in the air. But behind the righteous path, there was Dr. Sheng Shou. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border. He was extremely skilled in healing injuries. With him around, the righteous path Gu Masters suffered few losses. Many of the injured recovered quickly. They did not fear fighting head-on. Xiao Shan knew that if this went on, the righteous path's advantage would continue to grow. Thus he used a diversion tactic and charged down the mountain, starting the 5th battle between righteous and demonic. He, Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing fought from the front, while secretly ordering Lu Zuanfeng to sneak attack the righteous path's rear, attempting to kill Dr. Sheng Shou. In the end, Dr. Sheng Shou was not killed. On the contrary, the righteous path's Shang Fu Shi played along, setting up an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. Second Zombie King died. The demonic path's disadvantage rapidly increased. At this time, Killer Ghost Dr. Cho Ju ascended Etion Mountain, suppressing Dr. Shang Shou and salvaging the situation. Cho Ju saved many demonic path Gu Masters' lives, quickly rising to the 3rd position. Lu Zuanfeng was 2nd, while Xiao Shan was still 1st. As for Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been pushed to the 4th and 5th positions. Because of Cho Jia's existence, the demonic path was recuperating and growing stronger. And because of the demonic path's rising star Mo Wu Tian, they challenged him several times. Many righteous path experts were lost. Shang Clan sent Dr. Su Shou and Dr. Sheng Shou. Finally, they evened the gap caused by Cho Jiu. Phantom Path Inheritor, Yin Clan's young clan leader Yin Jun. The moment he appeared, he sneaked into Etion Mountain and killed Cho Jiu before leaving. The righteous path's morale was greatly boosted. They attacked again, starting the 6th righteous demonic battle. But they fell into the demonic path's trap. It turned out that Cho Jiu had remnant life Gu. As long as his body was mostly intact, he could revive. After Yin Jun killed him, he secretly revived, but pretended to be dead, luring the righteous path into the trap. In the sixth battle, Mo Wu Tian displayed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 Gu masters in the chaotic battle. Even Yin Jun lost to him, suffering heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, while the demonic path also suffered great losses. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and recuperated. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan ascended Yitian Mountain and joined Yitian Village. He pretended to be rank 3, and after joining, his position in Yitian Village was not even above 100. The higher-ups arranged for him to guard the archery tower. Fang Yuan kept a low profile. He buried himself in his work and did not attract any attention. He waited patiently for 3 days. Seeing that no Gu immortals appeared to stop him, he started to secretly convert the battle wheel in the immortal Gu house. There were already 600 demonic path Gu masters who joined Yitian Village. Among these people, some were pawns of the Gu immortals, some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them. He was inconspicuous. He made a huge profit in silence. Using his wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he rapidly converted the battle wheel in the immortal Gu house. Other Gu immortals could only use their pawns to fight, indirectly converting the battle wheel. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight. He could continue to convert the battle wheel. After all, it was a Gu immortal's main body. It was extraordinary. Days passed. The righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After a few breaths, they recovered their stamina and fought again. The 7th battle between both sides ended in a draw again. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path's supply line. On the righteous path side, Shang clan leader Shang Yinfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, southern border super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan and others, their clan leaders also appeared and joined the battlefield. The battle between righteous and demonic became increasingly intense. It affected countless Gu masters and countless forces' attention. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a different scene. Righteous and demonic sides fought. It looked very lively, but the true manipulators were the southern border Gu immortals. These last days, the Gu immortals were also fighting. Although there was no official conflict, there were endless schemes and plots in the dark, colluding and deceiving each other. It was a feast for the eyes. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of information from them. His understanding of southern borders Gu immortal world increased rapidly. He converted a large amount of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage was like a bottomless pit. Another month passed. On this day, Old Man Inkstone and more than 10 Gu immortals secretly came to the surroundings of Yitian Mountain. He breathed in deeply and said with a slightly trembling tone, "The Celestial Court has already found out and is making preparations for an expedition to southern border. Time waits for no one. We can start early." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 974. What's going on? At this moment, the southern border Gu immortals who were 10,000 li away from Yitian Mountain raised their heads and looked at the sky. Even the mortal Gu masters on Yitian Mountain felt an indescribable sense of fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. He could only hear a faint roar coming from the extremely high sky. After a few breaths of time, this rumbling became louder, as if hundreds of people were beating drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended Yitian Mountain, he had been racing against time. He had been training hard and converting his battle will. But right now, the commotion in the sky was getting bigger. He had no choice but to stop his work and look up. 100,000 feet up in the sky, a series of white specks of light appeared. These specks of light were numerous and densely packed. They were descending towards Yitian Mountain in a grandiose manner. "This is Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation." A Gu immortal cried out in shock. "No, Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation only has 1,000 or so light pearls. But this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. Why is there a tribulation?" Many Gu immortals were baffled. "Don't tell me someone is undergoing tribulation?" Most Gu immortals immediately looked towards Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he raised his guard. Soon, He broke out in cold sweat as he felt a solid probing pressure sweeping through his body. Even though he had vaguely familiar face, this immortal killer move's core immortal goo was only rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 goo immortals, but against rank 7 and 8 goo immortals, the risk of being exposed was too high. Feng Yuan was on tenterhooks, but the result made him let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered by the goo immortals. They did not find him? The goo immortals were surprised. They searched the surroundings of Etion Mountain, but did not find any rank 5 goo masters undergoing tribulation. Just as they were about to continue searching, when they used stronger investigative methods, the 1,000-pearl light tribulation had already landed on the immortals. Just in case, don't let the tribulation affect Etion Mountain. That's right, let's attack together. We will block the tribulation. Some goo immortals guessed, was this tribulation caused by graceful chaotic dual stage? The southern border goo immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the bet, if a threat appears, the participating goo immortals would have to resist together and protect their own interests. Although there were many thousand pearl light tribulations, there were many southern border goo immortals here. Among them, there were 4 rank 8s, 9 rank 7s, and over 10 rank 6s. The immortals all attacked. Very quickly, the 1,000 pearls light tribulation was destroyed. Not a single pearl fell to the ground. In fact, some goo immortals even used methods to draw in layers of clouds to conceal the sky above Etion Mountain, to prevent mortal goo masters from sensing the abnormalities. Hee. Rank 8 lone immortal Peng Shilong stroked his beard as he smiled. No matter who it is, to be able to undergo tribulation and ascend at this crucial moment, they will definitely be able to do so. Very thoughtful. Find this person. Everyone here is an elite goo immortal of southern border. Are you afraid of not being able to find a mortal undergoing tribulation? Rank 7 goo immortal Yi Qingtang sneered. He was being used as a shield by others. This arrogant goo immortal was very unhappy at being used as a tool to undergo tribulation. Whose descendant is the mortal undergoing the tribulation? Just say it. It won't look good if we find him. Goo immortal Wang Kai chuckled coldly. The immortals looked at each other for a while, but no one stood up. Rank 8 goo immortal Ren Haiyang's expression turned grim. He shouted coldly, "Insolent fool! You still want to hide it now? Do you think we are fools? Pay attention. Another tribulation is descending." Suddenly, a goo immortal reminded. The sky was dark. It was as if a giant had used a brush to smear a large patch of dense blue. The temperature fell, frost energy spread everywhere. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless icicles spiraled rapidly like sharp blades, pouring down like a downpour. Yi Qingtang's voice was solemn as he shouted, "Profound dark flying frost, who is undergoing tribulation. It can actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes. Something is wrong, even if it is one of the 10 great catastrophes. The scale of this tribulation is too huge. It is far beyond the norm. It's coming. Block it." Rumble. Lightning shot out, flames burned. All the frost was neutralized. Profound dark flying frost was not just for show. It was one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many goo immortals were injured. One goo immortal, Gualao, was even heavily injured. He could not help but want to retreat. Strange. Is this because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? Is this why heaven sent this tribulation? No, I don't have any immortal goo. I cannot stay here and endure the tribulation. I need to get out of this danger first. Thinking of this, Gualao turned into a beam of light and shot out. This guy runs really fast. Yi Qingtang sneered, his hands behind his back as he proudly floated in the air. Profound dark flying frost was strong, but it was not enough to embarrass him. But more rank 6 goo immortals began to imitate Gualao. Most of these people were low-level goo immortals. They did not have immortal goo and were basically injured. However, at the next moment, Gualao's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the goo immortals. He was stunned. Why was he here? Soon after, more rank 6 goo immortals were teleported back, appearing beside Gualao. There is an ambush. Someone has set up a giant space path goo formation outside. Soon, a goo immortal reacted and shouted. Rank 8 aura burst out, Peng Shilong's eyes shined with a sharp light as he looked around. Who is it? Come out. Hee hee. As Old Man Inkstone laughed sinisterly, more than 10 black-robed goo immortals appeared and surrounded the southern border goo immortals. Old Man Inkstone was at the back, pointing at the sky. Everyone, let me give you a warning. The third wave of tribulation has arrived. Everyone raised their heads and saw a black lion group flying in the sky. Desolate Beast Chi Grand Lion. This kind of lion had Chi Path Dalmarks and was born with the ability to fly. There were more than 6,000 Chi Grand Lions. The Rank 6 Goo Immortals' faces turned pale. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Jiai shouted, "Petty tricks! Get lost!" He waved his sleeves as intense winds howled in the world. Giant wind scythes appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. They shot out in all directions. The lion group howled in pain as they were heavily injured by the wind scythes. Countless Chi Grand Lions died on the spot. The wind scythes tore their corpses into thousands of pieces, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. There were countless bones and minced meat mixed in it. Wild Wind Jiai, you are truly awe-inspiring. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly, praising him. Jiai, however, frowned. Most of the wind scythes he sent out were aimed at Old Man Inkstone. But the wind scythes were blocked by the goo formation and dissipated, while the goo formation only rippled and was not damaged. This showed that its defense was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are their intentions? Plotting against us, they are simply too daring. They don't want to live. You dare to oppose the whole of Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. The Goo Immortals scolded angrily or were suspicious. Time did not allow them to wait for Shadow Sect's response. The heavenly tribulation arrived. Howl! A majestic dragon roar resounded in the world. A burning cloud covered an area of 10,000 li, pressing down from above. For blazing cloud tribulation, someone recognized it. Someone shouted, "Be careful. I have passed this 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It has a total of 4 layers. Each layer is fiercer than the one before it." A fire path Goo Immortal reminded, "Block it." There is also the dragon roar. This is the dragon roar tribulation and 4 blazing cloud tribulation. 2 tribulations. Protect the surrounding Goo Immortals. Preserve our strength. The Goo Immortals shouted angrily, working together to undergo the tribulation. A normal 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It should only cover an area of 100 li. How can there be such a huge burning cloud? On Etian Mountain, Fong Yuan also looked in shock. Floating clouds could block the vision of mortal Goo Masters, but they could not block Fong Yuan's vision. He had a bad feeling. I seem to have stepped into a huge trap. These black-robed Goo Immortals. They seem to be very similar to the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals that He Lulan mentioned. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border Goo Immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is not a result of someone undergoing tribulation. It is their doing. With Old Man Inkstone at the lead, the Shadow Sect Immortals set up a giant Goo formation, trapping all the southern border Goo Immortals. The southern border Goo Immortals wanted to escape and attack the Goo formation, but to no avail. They could only endure the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the power of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon, the Rank 7 Goo Immortals could not hold on anymore. After another 3 waves, the Rank 8 Goo Immortals also found it difficult to deal with them. Their expressions were unsightly. It was not that they did not try, but they all failed in front of the Shadow Sect Goo formation. Block this wave of tribulations. Let me do it. Peng Shilong made up his mind, activating his trump card killer move. The aura was grand. Light waves spread out, but the Shadow Sect Goo formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing. What Goo formation is this? The southern border Immortals saw this. Their hearts sank to rock bottom. They could not conceal their worries. The heavenly tribulations came one after another, the time between each one getting shorter and shorter. Different types of tribulations came one after another. It was like a torrential downpour, vast and endless. The Goo Immortals gradually attacked less and defended more. They lost the initiative. Hold on, Jiai shouted. We still have a chance. The tribulations are vast and endless. They target us. They also affect the surrounding goo formation. The immortals heard this and their hearts shook. Even though rank 6 goo immortals had already died, the remaining immortals did not give up. They were bitterly holding on. They still had hope in their hearts. Once the goo formation was destroyed by the tribulations, they would be able to escape. The situation in the field was seen by Old Man Yin Shi. He could see through all the changes like looking at a fire. Wu Xie, he called softly. Behind him stood a young man. He had wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes flickered with countless colors. The colors mixed together and formed into a whirlpool that slowly rotated. His nose bridge was tall. The lines of his lips were like they were carved by a knife. If he pursed his lips, he would have a cold and demonic charm. But right now, he was concentrating on looking at the sky. The corners of his mouth were wide open. His smile spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. He looked somewhat silly. Wu Xie. Seeing that there was no response, Old Man Inkstone called out again. Ah, you called me. I was looking at the fireworks. The young goo immortal reacted and replied with a smile. Old Man Inkstone smiled bitterly. These are not simple fireworks. These are tribulations. Although they are beautiful, they contain a fatal threat. These are all the handiwork of Providence. It wants to destroy us. It is our greatest enemy. Chapter 975. Old Man Inkstone sighed. Providence is not a specific enemy. It is everywhere. It is vast and endless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens still exist, Providence will never be destroyed. Even if you destroy a portion of Providence, at the same time, 10% of Providence will be born again. The young goo immortal was stunned. Then what should we do? We are going against heaven this time. Providence is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we will erupt today. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. But this time, we will suddenly erupt and catch Providence unprepared. We will use man to conquer heaven. Old Man Inkstone said, gesturing to Wu Xie. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already trapped all the southern border goo immortals nearby. But this formation is only a small portion. It has not even displayed a tenth of its power. The tribulations are constantly affecting the goo formation. It will not last for long. Next, I and several other goo immortals will use souls as sacrifices to continue setting up this formation. This way, this formation will reach 90% power. It is just one step away from completion. The southern border goo immortals will not have a chance to escape. So amazing! The young goo immortal's eyes stared blankly. He was in a daze. Old Man Yin Shi continued in a deep voice. After I die, you will be the #1 battle power. Remember, you were born from the dream realm. You only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just become a rank 7 goo immortal. You only have 4 hours of lifespan left. You will become stronger and stronger until the moment of death. You will become a rank 9 goo immortal. No one will be able to block your attacks. Is rank 9 very powerful? The young goo immortal had a confused expression. Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Of course. Rank 9 is the limit of this world. It is the strongest peak. There cannot be rank 10 in this world. So rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours. Isn't that too short? Am I going to die after 4 hours? What is death? The young goo immortal asked. Elder Inkstone explained patiently. Everything has been properly planned. 4 hours is more than enough. If the plan fails, no matter how long we live, victory or defeat will be difficult to reverse. As for, what is death? Elder Inkstone said until here. Pausing for a moment, he slowly said in a low voice, death is the end of life, but also the beginning of life. The young goo master scratched his head, not really understanding. Old Man Yin Shi took a deep breath. His withered body was as thin as firewood. It was trembling in the wind, as if it would be blown away in the next moment. He gazed into the distance. His eyes didn't have the whites of his eyes. They were pitch black, but at this moment, there were countless reflections. In the reflection, there was Feng Yuan, by Ning Bing, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, Celestial Court Goo Immortals, Southern Border Goo Immortals, Etion Mountain, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. The time has come, Elder Inkstone said. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to make a deduction for you. Remember my priceless advice. It will be of great help to you. The moment he said this, Elder Inkstone's life force rapidly weakened. At the next moment, he opened his eyes wide. For the first time, he showed a dazed expression. It was as if he was doubtful and fearful of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at the naive young Goo Immortal with a complex gaze. His lips moved several times before he finally said, "Be careful of yourself." Failing at the last step, he revealed the heavenly secret with difficulty. While he was speaking, his body started to turn into sand, dissipating in the wind. By the time he said failing at the last step, he had no more time. He completely dissipated, turning into ashes. His soul was sucked in by the formation, fusing into the Goo formation at once. Not only Elder Inkstone, among the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals, there were also several who sacrificed themselves, fusing their souls into the formation. 90% 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. A grand radiance burst out, soaring to the sky. At this moment, even the boundless heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities paled in comparison. The radiance was so dazzling that the Southern Border Goo Immortals could not help but shut their eyes. The radiance disappeared in a flash. The Southern Border Goo Immortals quickly opened their eyes. They saw that the surrounding 10,000 li was shrouded by a huge Goo formation. 10 Goo Immortals were standing in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, encircling the Southern Border Goo Immortals. Among them, 9 Goo Immortals were wearing black robes. Their faces were covered by hoods. They were mysterious and unfathomable. The last one was the young Goo Immortal Xie. He looked around, feeling very curious. After all, he had just been born 14 hours ago. It was understandable that he was curious about the world. What's going on? What in the world happened? How did this Goo formation strengthen so much? Under the destruction of the calamities and tribulations, the Goo formation was already shaking. But now it was like a huge reef by the sea, steel in the wind, unmoving like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the Southern Border Goo Immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Ren Haiyang could no longer protect the other Rank 6 Goo Immortals. He chose a direction and attacked the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. "Deceiving fool, die!" he shouted as he clapped his hands. A huge wave rose in the air. The blue seawater weighed 10,000 tons. It roared as it charged towards a black-robed Goo Immortal. "Protect him!" The other 3 Rank 8 Goo Immortals attacked together, resisting the calamities and tribulations above them, protecting Ren Haiyang. With the help of others, Ren Haiyang's pressure on his defenses decreased. He laughed loudly as he activated his immortal essence. Waves rose one after another, as if they were covering the sky. It was like an ancient, desolate beast opening its mouth to engulf the world and devour everything. Xie saw this and wanted to help, but was stopped by a black-robed Goo Immortal beside him. "Stay at the formation core, don't move rashly. He can deal with it." Sure enough, at the next moment, the mysterious Goo Immortal who was facing the impact of the waves. Suddenly, a blazing fire burst into the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed Goo Immortal at the center, the surrounding 1,000 li turned into a world of blazing lava. The blue seawater that was over 100 feet tall charged into the formation. It evaporated into a large amount of white fog. Whoosh! Next, the fire roared and spread rapidly. The intense heat pushed the fog away. Such power! I almost could not control it. The black-robed Goo Immortal was overjoyed. He stood proudly at the center of the lava. His black robe was already mostly burnt. He had revealed his true appearance. Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The Southern Border Goo Immortals also exclaimed, "You are actually a 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance." This person was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie who had participated in the 100 Days battle and successfully escaped. After he was captured alive by old ancestor Shui Hu, He was rescued by Blazing Heaven Demonis and the others sent by Zombie Alliance. To think that he would appear here. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance plotted against the Southern Border Goo Immortals? No. If it was Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demonis would definitely know about it. Maybe. Shadow Sect. These two words suddenly appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan shuddered. His situation was getting worse. His situation was the same as the Southern Border Goo Immortals. He was also trapped here. When Hai Yang's attack failed, he could only retreat with hatred. The tribulations in the sky were like a storm. Not only did they not stop for a moment, their power was also increasing. Miserable cries and screams could be heard from the sky. The Rank 8 Goo Immortals could not even take care of themselves. Many Rank 6 Goo Immortals had already lost their lives. Normally, the high and mighty Goo Immortals were as weak as chicks in the face of tribulations. Large numbers of Rank 7 Goo Immortals could only drift with the waves. Like small boats in a storm, they could not control themselves. If they were not careful, they would be engulfed by the tsunami. The tribulations were hard to resist. The 10 extreme, immortal zombie lifeless battle was stable like a mountain. It could not be broken. The Southern Border Goo Immortals were in a desperate situation. At the moment of life and death, they let go of their former enmity and cooperated sincerely. They soon thought of the only way to survive. That was the Immortal Goo House graceful chaotic duel stage. Only an Immortal Goo House. Only an Immortal Goo House could have superb defense to resist the terrifying tribulations and protect the Goo Immortals. At the same time, the Immortal Goo House's attack power was the best weapon to break the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The Immortal Goo House graceful chaotic duel stage, hidden deep underground, was the hope of the Southern Border Goo Immortals. Even though there was a forbidden zone for Immortals, Southern Border Goo Immortals could not get close. But this forbidden zone did not harm Immortal Goo. The Immortal Goo's power would be severely weakened inside, but it was still stronger than most mortal methods. Combine our strength, destroy Etion Mountain, and take out graceful chaotic duel stage. Goo Immortal Jiai shouted. However, those who still had the strength to attack. Only 4 Rank 8 Goo Immortals were left. The Rank 7 Goo Immortals could only run for their lives under the bombardment of the tribulations. The 4 Rank 8's bombardment did not affect Etion Mountain at all. The thick clouds above Etion Mountain had obtained the power of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless goo formation, becoming tough and soft. It swallowed all the attacks, and the clouds and mist tumbled violently for a while before returning to calmness. The 4 Rank 8 Goo Immortals returned without any gains. Their eyes shined with a sharp light. They gritted their teeth and attacked without stopping, their expressions gradually becoming crazed. Etion Mountain was quiet and peaceful. The mortals were kept in the dark. They had no idea about the shocking situation in the sky. As long as a tiny bit of the tribulations leaked out, Etion Mountain would be wiped out, and all the mortal Goo masters would be annihilated. Feng Yuan looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Was there such a situation in my previous life? We did not know. We did not know death was right above our heads. Calm down, calm down. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, forcefully expelling the nervousness and unease in his heart, forcing himself to think calmly. Shadow Sect's shocking move had schemed against the Southern Border Goo Immortals. Even Feng Yuan had fallen into it, unable to extricate himself. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might have participated in this bet, but they are both in Shaohun Blessed Land now, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls. This Goo formation isolates the inside and outside. It actually restricts all my communication methods. Chapter 976. Even if I still have self-strength Immortal Goo, Rank 7 battle strength is not enough. His top priority was still the graceful chaotic duel stage. The Southern Border Goo Immortals outside the Forbidden Zone had no hope of taking this Immortal Goo house. But I still have a chance. Only with the help of the graceful chaotic duel stage will I have any hope of escaping. Otherwise, we can only use the spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan thought quickly and understood that the only opportunity before him was to become the new owner of the graceful chaotic duel stage. He had fixed immortal travel. But this immortal goo was stored in the immortal aperture. Immortal goo's aura could be easily detected. Only by storing it in the aperture or immortal aperture would it be safe. However, Feng Yuan's immortal aperture was already sealed. If Feng Yuan undid the seal, he would be trapped in the forbidden zone and would be destroyed immediately. He wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 seconds. But the spring-autumn cicada was not. Spring-autumn cicada was Feng Yuan's first vital goo. It had always been sealed in Feng Yuan's first aperture. After this period of time, the spring-autumn cicada had more or less recovered. Even though it was heavily sealed, it still brought great pressure to Feng Yuan's first aperture. Before this trip, Feng Yuan had thought of sealing fixed immortal travel or other immortal goo and temporarily storing them in his first aperture as insurance. But it didn't work. The aperture could store some mortal goo, but not a second immortal goo. Even with fixed immortal travel, I'm afraid. Feng Yuan's gaze pierced through the clouds, looking at the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless goo formation. Even breathing was a little difficult. Among the southern border goo immortals, there were also spacepath goo immortals with spacepath immortal killer moves. However, all of them were trapped without exception. Evidently, this formation took care of spacepath. The security was extremely tight, and there were no loopholes to exploit. More and more goo immortals died under the tribulations. The 4 rank 8 goo immortals were injured. They knew that the longer this dragged on, the less likely their chances would be. They had no choice but to work together and break out of the encirclement. All of you are like turtles in a jar. Where are you going? A black-robed goo immortal in front of them sneered. His aura surged, and his hood was blown off. Northern dark ice soul physique? Peng Shilong exclaimed. Cold air quickly spread out, and a crystalline ice wall that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of everyone. The 4 immortals were blocked. A bolt of lightning struck down from above their heads. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. The normal Snow War Tribulation Lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this Tribulation Lightning, with more than 10 forks, the might of the attack had increased by tens of times. When it rains, it pours. The 4 immortals did not dare to face it head-on. One of them used a time path killer move to slow down the Tribulation Lightning, allowing the 4 immortals time to move. The Snow War Tribulation Lightning continued to charge forward, hitting the northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie's crystal ice wall. A large hole appeared in the ice wall. The northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie grunted, suffering light injuries. Providence. Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie glared fiercely at the sky. Southern Border's 4 rank 8 goo immortals. It changed its direction and tore through the sky, crashing into another area of the goo formation. This path is blocked. The black-robed goo immortal at the formation core chuckled. Boom. Both sides fiercely clashed, and they were evenly matched. The 4 immortals were obstructed, their momentum halted, but the black-robed goo immortal did not have it easy either. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique? Another 10 extreme immortal zombie. You are Shang Clan's Shang Gui Kai. Peng Shilong frowned deeply. He recognized the black-robed goo immortal's identity. I have a deep relationship with Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder. As a Shang Clan member, you actually joined a demonic organization and caused chaos in the world. A prodigal son is more precious than gold. It is not too late for you to regret. Otherwise, if you cause a huge disaster, your clan will be implicated as well. The black-robed goo immortal sneered in disdain. What do you know? Shang Gui Kai is merely my soul's incarnation. What is a mere Shang clan? How can it compare to my plan? Boom. Another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, causing the 4 southern border immortals to waver. Don't waste time with him. Let's change directions. Blazing glory lightning brilliance, northern dark eye soul, carefree wisdom heart. The 10 extreme physiques that only appear once in 100 years actually appeared one after another. This is not a coincidence. This goo formation should be using one of the 10 extreme physiques to have such great power. In that case, he is the only loophole. After being obstructed by the carefree wisdom heart immortal zombie, the 4 immortals conversed at lightning speed, instantly turning their gazes towards the young goo immortal Ing Wuxia. Among all the goo immortals present, he was the most special. Because he was a living person, His aura also showed that he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The 4 immortals were heavily injured. They charged towards Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia's heart pounded. He shouted, "What do we do? What do we do? They are coming. Don't be nervous. Use your best method." The black-robed Gu immortal beside him reminded, "I am not nervous. I am not nervous." Ing Wuxia breathed in deeply, but his breathing was still rapid. Seeing that the 4 immortals were getting closer, Ing Wuxia recalled the scene of his birth. He was born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Inkstone. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly. He sized him up with his black eyes. His tone was filled with admiration. "Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique. You are my greatest achievement in researching Dream Path. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation." "Who are you, and who am I?" Ing Wuxia asked curiously. "You are me, and I am you. I am Old Man Inkstone, and as for you, you shall be called Ing Wuxia." Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Ing Wuxia's mind. Ing Wuxia felt a wave of information flowing into his mind. The time was limited. "I will only teach you one immortal killer move." Although it did not have any offensive power, it was at the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions. It was at the forefront of this era. Even those Celestial Court Gu immortals were left far behind. One move was fresh. Eat all over the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a Gu immortal, I will give you a complete set of Gu worms. You need to practice it then. The memories stopped. The 4 immortals were already in front of him. Among them, Fierce Wind Jia Yi was at the forefront. Ing Wuxia's eyes suddenly shined with a bright light. He slowly opened his mouth, as if he was reciting, "Immortal killer move. Lead, soul, enter, dream." The 4 immortals' speed fell. They were extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. But after a few breaths of time, there was no movement. "Lad, you dare to trick us." Peng Shilong was furious, about to attack. At this time, but the rank 8 Gu immortal Jia Yi started to fall. What is going on? Just as Peng Shilong and the rest were bewildered, the 10 extreme immortal zombie, lifeless Gu formation activated. The attack was extremely fierce as it attacked Jia Yi. Jia Yi did not move. The layers of defense around his body started to dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly tried to save him, blocking the Gu formation's attack. Jia Yi was still falling. Gulp, 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 gulp. He actually fell asleep at this moment. "It's that kid's doing." Ren Haiyang's face was filled with malevolence. Fear and alarm mixed together. Against a rank 7 Gu immortal, using an immortal killer move, Jia Yi was hit without any resistance. Furthermore, the layers of defense that he had wrapped around his body had no effect at all. What kind of killing move was this? "Be careful," Peng Shilong exclaimed. The tribulation descended. Countless bolts of falling star lightning moved at the speed of light. The moment they appeared, they had already reached the southern border Gu immortals. After this wave of heavenly calamity, most of the southern border Gu immortals were killed. They all lost their lives. Even the rank 8 Gu immortal, Jia Yi, who had the name Kuang Feng and had been around for hundreds of years, was smashed into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shilong and the others couldn't even take care of themselves and couldn't save him in time. It's over. At this moment, the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals felt despair. Ing Wuxia was indeed a loophole in the formation, but his own fighting ability was beyond the 3 immortals' imagination. An unprecedented dream path killer move directly caused Jia Yi to fall into a deep sleep, unable to wake up. With Jia Yi's death, the remaining 3 immortals' momentum fell by a large margin. Their hopes of escaping the encirclement became slim. "We need to persevere." On Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield all along, could not help but feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic dual stage, with just Fang Yuan's strength, he could not activate the enormous immortal Gu house. It was like a person trying to control a huge ship. His strength was not as good as his will, and it was extremely difficult. Thus, it was necessary to cooperate with the southern border Gu immortals. The more goo immortals that entered the immortal goo house, the more immortal essence it would expend, and the stronger the immortal goo house would be. With just Fang Yuan alone, it was very difficult to make the immortal goo house strong enough to break the goo formation. Time passed mercilessly. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were exhausted from running for their lives, while the remaining rank 7 goo immortals were fleeing like rats in the midst of the tribulation. When Renhai Yang died because of the tribulation, the remaining 2 rank 8s were in complete despair. The situation is hopeless. Fang Yuan could not help but cry out in his heart, "Sigh, now, I can only continue to disguise my identity and hope that no one finds out." But when the rank 7 and rank 6 goo immortals were all dead, and only 2 rank 8 goo immortals were left, Etion Mountain suddenly started shaking. Soon, the shaking increased in intensity. The earth shook and the mountains shook. What is going on? The shaking attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 goo immortals. Did you take graceful chaotic duel stage? The 2 rank 8 goo immortals shouted at each other, but they were both stunned, realizing that it was not the other's fault. Fang Yuan's body also shook. He had not refined the immortal goo house yet. Then who was it? Boom! Mountain rocks cracked, a huge hole appeared on the ground, and a figure jumped out of the hole. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie. He had actually escaped the suppression of the immortal goo house, flying into the sky and seeing the light of day again. However, before Fang Yuan could react, a cold snort resounded. "You want to escape your fate in front of us? Die." A beam of light shot down vertically from above the sky. Rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower. The immortals of the celestial court had already arrived. The pure white pillar of light had terrifying might. It easily broke the 10 extreme formation. The 2 southern border rank 8s were instantly annihilated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not dodge in time. He could only roar in indignation before he was smashed into smithereens by the pillar of light. The pillar of light did not slow down. It shot towards Etion Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and gritted his teeth. His muscles tensed up. He could not block the full strength attack of a rank 9 Immortal Goo House. He only had 1 trump card left, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. He failed. Spring Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's will. It had just entered the river of time when it shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 977. According to legends, there was such a river in this world. It flowed through the beginning and the end. It contained cause and effect, flowing through every corner of the world. It was everywhere. With its watering, the world could operate normally, and everything could change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a hotbed of time path. Countless time path goo worms lived and multiplied here. Billions of hectares of river water flowed without restraint, never stopping. The river water was vast and mighty. The tides rose and fell, waves rolled. Every drop of the water of time was pale and colorless. But the trillions and trillions of water droplets of time collided and fused with each other. They could burst out with the most dazzling light in the world. The beauty of this light could not be described with words. Fang Yuan had always felt that this was one of the most beautiful scenes in the world. When the rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower unleashed an attack that had been prepared for a long time, Fang Yuan was implicated. He could not escape or dodge. His only remaining choice was to activate Spring Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was activated. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it once. On Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it again. Counting the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had successfully activated Spring Autumn Cicada 3 times already. Now, he finally encountered failure. Activating Spring Autumn Cicada failed. Although his will had entered the river of time, the moment he set off, he felt a chill run down his spine. Spring Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fang Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost its boat and fell into the water. The raging river of time could instantly devour Fong Yuan's will. Devour, destroy, and completely melt. Not even a fragment was left. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fong Yuan's remaining will was strangely calm. There was no impatience, no unwillingness. There was no regret. He had chosen this path back then. He had already expected the possible outcome. Right now, this situation was already in Fong Yuan's imagination. There was no other way. He had used all his strength. If I was given another chance, I would still live like this. So be it. My Gu immortal adventure story will end here. Although he didn't leave behind any biographies or legacies, it doesn't matter. Fong Yuan's willpower quickly sank. He was very calm. He even felt a kind of happiness. If he still had any face left, the corners of his mouth would have curled up into a subconscious smile. What was there to regret about dying on the path of one's pursuit? The laughter in Fong Yuan's heart stopped abruptly. Something strange happened at this moment. Within the vast and desolate river of time, a ghostly face suddenly appeared. The ghost face winked at Fong Yuan's remaining will, as if it was mocking him silently. Then, the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks puffed up, its expression extremely pained. He seemed to be vomiting. A huge flower bud came out of the ghost face's mouth, dripping wet. The ghost face's mouth was almost about to burst. The corners of its mouth stretched to its ears in an exaggerated manner. After spitting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed and winked at Fong Yuan again, showing a comical and strange expression. But it was a sinister and terrifying smile. And that flower bud broke through the river surface and slowly bloomed. Time seemed to stop at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud bloomed and turned into a beautiful red lotus. A faint red light shot out from the heart of the lotus, shining on the location of spring-autumn cicada's accident. Thus, the time in the red light began to reverse. At the same time, the ghost face that carried the red lotus slowly sank into the river. Like a movie being played in reverse, everything that had happened was moving backwards. It was also like water that was poured out, automatically returning to the basin. Fong Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated. Only a tiny bit was left and could be directly ignored. But under the illumination of the red light, his will quickly recovered, and countless goo worm fragments also appeared. Next, these goo worm fragments pieced together and turned into the complete spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada carried Fong Yuan's intact will and started its journey again. The red light dissipated, and the red lotus instantly dissipated, while that ghost face was cleanly washed away by the surging river water of the river of time. It was as if everything was an illusion. But spring-autumn cicada had already been forcefully restored. It carried Fong Yuan's will, Fong Yuan's remaining hope as it charged into the river, going against the current with difficulty. Returning to the past, star-formed blessed land. Demonic fog shrouded the area. Poisonous blood was boiling. The 3 layers of the goo formation had already been corroded and destroyed. The surrounding ground had turned into a shallow poisonous swamp. Fong Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, the earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This goo refinement material was very special. It was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Stellar energy was the weather above the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick wall of astral energy. If Gu immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the thick earth energy beneath the 10 lands. The chi of heaven and earth were difficult to coexist in the first place. However, at this moment, the two of them were harmoniously united in the earthly limits astral energy. Not only did they coexist peacefully, but they were also constantly transforming each other. There was a constant stream of black mud turning into stellar energy, and a constant stream of stellar energy turning into black mud. Fong Yuan shook his palm, and the ball of earthly limits astral chi rapidly turned turbid. The black mud astral chi blended together, forming a ball of gray fog. But if he didn't shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, The black mud would settle down and his stellar energy would be on top. Once again, black and white were distinct, and the strange phenomenon of circulating slightly with each other appeared. Deal with this immortal material. It was the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement pathkiller moves could not deal with it perfectly. He could only use the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, and muffled thunderstone drum. Only wind grinding could be accomplished in one go. Unfortunately, I do not have these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limits astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. A thought flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. He stepped on the ground and his body flew into the air, lightly leaping. He jumped into the tortoise shell. Inside the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Feng Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on his 6 monstrous arms. He then made wounds on his chest, back, and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood thread travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk seemed to be drawn in. It started to enter Feng Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Feng Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Feng Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to feel pain to understand to what extent the immortal material was being processed. Feng Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk continued to mix, forming a cycle that flowed in and out of Feng Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Feng Yuan swallowed the earthly limits astral chi that he had taken out earlier. Gulp. He swallowed the earthly limits astral chi. This was a unique blood path goo refinement method that he had created in his previous life. He named this the flesh body blood refinement method. The earthly limits astral chi entered his body and was cleansed by the blood, fusing into the blood. This blood flowed out of Feng Yuan's body through his wounds, entering the tortoiseshell walk. It sank to the bottom of the walk. At the same time, the poisonous blood in the walk flowed into Feng Yuan's body through his wounds, cleansing the earthly limits astral chi. Time passed, 3 days and 2 nights passed. Feng Yuan was covered in injuries. His face was distorted from the pain. His 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood. His fangs were exposed. His eyes were bloodshot. He was breathing like a bull. There is still 1 night left. I can completely process the earthly limits astral chi in my body. As long as I get through this, the most difficult step in the process of refining change form immortal goo will be over. Ugh. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's painful expression froze. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his bright green eyes suddenly became confused, losing almost all of their divine light. During the process of refining immortal goo, one had to maintain high concentration at all times. How could he be distracted like this? Puff. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Next, he fell down, landing in the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, creating a huge wave of blood. The blood wave rushed out of the tortoise shell, splashing on the grass. Soon, a large patch of lush green grass was corroded into dark red smoke. Master! Star Form Land Spirit shouted with a worried expression as he jumped into the tortoise shell. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's head popped out of the pool of blood. He flopped around for a while before standing up again. The dazed expression on his face faded. His eyes regained their vigor as he muttered, This is... Hearing Feng Yuan muttering to himself, Star Form Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master become stupid because of the immortal goo refinement failure? Feng Yuan first looked at his hands, then at the tortoise shell and the pool of blood. Finally his gaze stopped on Star Form Land Spirit. What time is it now? Feng Yuan asked. Star Form Land Spirit's heart jumped, but he still answered. Many days have passed since Master started refining the immortal goo. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Star Form Land Spirit's heart turned cold. It's over. Master is really stupid. He failed the immortal goo refinement and suffered heavy injuries. He doesn't even remember the specific time, but he is still laughing so happily. The joy in Feng Yuan's heart did not need to be told to others. I have been reborn again. Even though activating spring-autumn cicada failed, because of a change, I was revived from the dead. From defeat to victory, my will has returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal goo. Was it over a year ago? The time was so short. According to my foundation, with so many immortal goo, it should have been at least several hundred years. I only returned to a year ago. Is it because I failed to activate spring-autumn cicada? Chapter 978. Even though the anomaly in the river of time had only happened for a short period of time, it was deeply engraved in Feng Yuan's mind, leaving a deep impression. This was a matter of life and death. It was impossible not to have a deep impression. Now that he thought about it, Feng Yuan was filled with doubts. Ghost Face Red Lotus, what does it represent? Why did I not encounter such a situation when I used spring-autumn cicada several times? Or is it only triggered when spring-autumn cicada fails? Or, slowly shaking his head, Feng Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious problem for now. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the tortoise shell. The injuries on my body are not light. The only success Dao mark was destroyed because of the goo refinement failure. It is a pity. Feng Yuan inspected his body and soon found the consequences of this goo refinement failure. His body was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. He would need to recuperate for several months to recover from these injuries. Goo refinement itself was a risky matter that was no less than an intense battle. Not to mention refining immortal goo. Because of rebirth, Feng Yuan failed in the goo refinement. It was normal for him to suffer heavy injuries. What made Feng Yuan even more regretful was that the success Dao mark that he had obtained after participating in the refinement path convention was destroyed because of this. Feng Yuan vaguely understood this point. The reason why I failed in refining star thought immortal goo was not because of my technique, but because the Dao marks of the immortal materials fused together. This is a subtle aspect that cannot be manipulated. This is also the main reason why the success rate of all immortal goo is so low. The greatest use of success Dao marks is in this aspect. It allows the Dao marks of the immortal materials to fuse together and reach the standard of goo refinement. Thus, when I started refining change form immortal goo, success Dao marks started to deplete. As a special type of immortal material, it has always been supporting it. In the previous life, I did not encounter any accidents and succeeded in refining change form immortal goo. The success Dao mark played a huge role. But in this life, because of rebirth, I messed up this matter that I was confident in. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It did not mean that with success Dao marks, the goo refinement would succeed no matter what. If a goo master wanted to die and purposely used the wrong refinement method, they would definitely fail. Success Dao marks were not omnipotent. In his previous life, why did Feng Yuan choose star form blessed land to refine the immortal goo? He was afraid of being disturbed by external forces and causing the refinement to fail. Once the goo refinement failed, the loss of immortal materials and injuries were small matters. The crucial point was that the success Dao marks would also be destroyed. Feng Yuan's rebirth happened to be when he was refining change form immortal goo. This was akin to courting death. There was no helping it. He had succeeded in refining change form immortal goo in his previous life, but failed in this life. Reincarnate. Although he has the advantage of foresight, when it comes to concrete matters, it's not always successful. However, my rebirth this time gives me a great advantage. Losing a success Dao mark. It's not important at all. Feng Yuan quickly collected his emotions and stabilized his state of mind. Fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan activated his immortal goo and returned to Hu immortal blessed land. He used to be anxious, but now he knew that there was still some time before Zhongzhou State solved the case of 88-point Jinyang Tower. There was no harm in him being a little calmer. Although he had the previous life's experience, Feng Yuan had always planned before taking action. He was an impatient person. He would not have reached his current level. There were countless clues and messy clues. How could he use the resources he had to maximize the benefits? This was the main problem that Feng Yuan needed to consider. The immortal zombie's thoughts were stiff. Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom to help him think. Compared to the previous life, his wisdom path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. In fact, He even thought of a small goo formation that could use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a lot of time. Just half a day later, Feng Yuan finished his thoughts. Immortal zombies did not need to eat or drink. Even though he was injured, Feng Yuan had to use every second he had. Fixed immortal travel. He immediately activated this immortal goo and secretly returned to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the immortal goo's aura as Feng Yuan quietly approached Etion Mountain. Feng Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Etion Mountain. It could not be helped. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had participated in the unprecedented bet on Etion Mountain. As time passed, the forbidden zone for immortals expanded, and Feng Yuan moved out along with the southern border goo immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery around Etion Mountain. Etion Mountain. At this moment, it was still a nameless mountain. Before Feng Yuan came here, it had just rained. This future Etion Mountain was filled with beautiful mountains and deep forests. Rainbows scattered, the sun and moon shone. Feng Yuan looked from afar, moving forward carefully, full of anticipation. If one were to ask what moved Feng Yuan the most after rebirth, it was undoubtedly the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Etion Mountain, and the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial physique immortal zombie. The latter's importance did not need to be explained to Feng Yuan. In my previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie jumped out and escaped the suppression of graceful chaotic dual stage. But as long as I successfully refine graceful chaotic dual stage and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Feng Yuan thought of this and licked his lips. Immortal goo houses were no small matter. Immortal goo houses and ancient battle formations were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations had been gradually eliminated by the tides of time, and immortal goo houses had become the mainstream. Whether it was southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert, or central continent, any powerful superforce would have at least one immortal goo house as their foundation. Just like He Tribe, Dark Prison was the symbol of He Tribe's strength, and also an extremely powerful trump card. In Feng Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison was lost, in order to reclaim it, even He Tribe's 4 supreme elders took the risk to chase after He Chung. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal goo house, yet He Tribe had to chase after it. The importance of immortal goo houses could be seen clearly. Graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Etion Mountain. Not only was it 1 rank higher than Dark Prison, it was rank 7. Moreover, in history, there was a mysterious rank 7 goo immortal who borrowed its battle strength. He forcibly fought above his rank and successfully suppressed a rank 8 expert. And it was even with the great strength true martial physique. Graceful chaotic dual stage's value was many times higher than Dark Prison. In my previous life, Shark Demon and Subai Man used Profound Ice House, which was still a damaged immortal goo house, but it could break through the obstruction of battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this graceful chaotic dual stage, even if I cannot reach the level of being able to roam the world, in the future, when the truth is exposed and I am chased by Central Continent, Northern Plains and others, I can protect myself and intimidate the immortals. An immortal goo house was a true battle fortress. It had no shortcomings. It could take care of offense, defense, movement, healing, and even cultivation. Its structure was stable and easy to control. A rank 7 immortal goo house. Even rank 6 goo immortals could control it. It had 2 major flaws. One was feeding, and the other was immortal essence. Immortal goo houses were formed from many immortal goo and a vast number of mortal goo. Feeding these goo worms would be extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Feng Yuan knew about graceful chaotic dual stage. It seemed to take care of the essence of the food path, and the problem of feeding it could be ignored. What was left? It was only the problem of immortal essence. To activate an immortal goo house, the consumption of immortal essence would be an enormous figure. Just with Feng Yuan's personal ability, he could not afford it. In his previous life, Shark Demon had no choice but to activate the damaged Profound Ice House. The immortal zombies had participated and shared the immortal essence consumption. They had all felt great heartache afterwards. The price of activating an immortal goo house was huge, because the consumption of immortal essence was too high. Fang Yuan was currently penniless. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely gather the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal goo. But now, his goo refinement had failed and he had lost most of his immortal materials. He was short on funds. Even if he had many profitable projects, like the Guts Goo trade and the monthly income of over 1,000 immortal yuan stones. But even if he accumulated them for half a year, it would not be enough for the immortal goo house to use for half a minute. But all this did not matter. Fang Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had a large amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This harvest could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal was rank 9. The immortal essence he left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables had. The quality of this immortal essence far surpassed the green grape immortal essence. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan could not use this amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence, but the immortal goo house could absorb it. Immortal goo houses could absorb all kinds of immortal essence. Otherwise, how could Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies work together to activate the damaged Profound Ice House? This was the basic characteristic of an immortal goo house, to gather the strength of all the immortals into one. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also thought of this. To him, Giant Sun's immortal essence was like water without a source. It would be lost no matter how much was used. It could not be replenished. Thus, a more economical method was to gather more goo immortals to act as labor for the immortal goo house. Unfortunately, those southern border goo immortals died too quickly. Or rather, Fang Yuan did not have the time. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had not been refined by anyone, but the great strength true martial immortal zombie broke out of it in advance. This was a huge pity. If I had Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, I would be able to block even that light pillar that wanted to take my life. Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was naturally not Heaven Overseeing Tower's match, but Heaven Overseeing Tower's condition was not good. That beam of light had been weakened by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. It was not as powerful as before. With Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, although it could not be said that, with a house in hand, I own the world. But it was enough to say that, with a house in hand, I can advance and retreat freely. I can move unhindered. With a house in hand, I own the world. The rank 888-point Jinyang Tower could be said to have this point. It was proficient in plundering goo worms and even immortal goo. Rank 8 Refinement Cauldron could also be said to be useful. Compared to the immortal goo house Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, Self-Strength Immortal Goo, All-Out Effort Immortal Goo, and Star Thought Immortal Goo were not so important. As long as he controlled the immortal goo house and had Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s with his rank 6 bottom tier immortal zombie status, directly reaching the peak of his life. Chapter 979. What's going on? Where did Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage go? Fang Yuan was filled with doubt and disappointment. After rebirth, he had immediately rushed to Etion Mountain, wanting to take this immortal goo house in advance. But when he explored deep underground, he found that there was no Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, and even that rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was nowhere to be seen. Don't tell me there is another reason for Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's appearance? Now that I have come to take it in advance, the opportunity is not here? Fang Yuan frowned as he muttered in his heart. His guess was right. Back then, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's appearance was because of Bai Ningbing. The latter had activated a mysterious immortal goo, and this mysterious immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. Fang Yuan naturally did not know about this. He did not have this immortal goo, so he could not find any traces of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. If Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had been buried deep underground, it would have been discovered by others long ago. How could it wait until now? Helpless, Fang Yuan could only leave quietly. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage could not be taken away. Fang Yuan could only adjust his arrangements and put it aside for the time being to carry out other plans. After leaving Etion Mountain for a long distance, Fang Yuan cautiously activated Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. The immortal goo's aura was overflowing. A jade green light flashed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from southern border, appearing in that giant goo formation in northern plains trench. This giant goo formation was a space path goo formation. The space inside was extremely wide. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to enter this place. This time, after rebirth, he used fixed immortal travel to enter this place again without any problems. Moreover, this time, he directly appeared at the center of the goo formation. This was a huge purple sand desolate land. In this desolate land, there were some rare immortal materials with extremely high value. The memories in his mind were still clear. Fang Yuan did not even need to search. He directly went to the crucial areas and picked up the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank. They were all rank 8, and there were even some high-quality ones. The density of the Tao marks was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. It was suspected to be the wings of a tiger-striped bee, the fragments of the immemorial desolate beast cloudflower. A total of 18 immortal materials had once again entered Fang Yuan's hands in this lifetime. At the center of the purple sand wasteland, Fang Yuan once again found those compound goo formations in his memories. He carefully checked again. What he found was the same as in his previous life. Fang Yuan left the goo formation behind, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fang Yuan did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture revival method to others. Before leaving this place, Fang Yuan took one last look and sighed in his heart. He knew that outside the purple sand wasteland, there were massive amounts of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses. However, these immortal materials were all superficial. Once they were in his hands, they would all turn into purple sand. Therefore, Fang Yuan did not even bother to look at him. In his previous life, he racked his brains, first joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters, then falling into Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme and arriving at Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City. After deceiving many immortal zombies, he entered Earth Trench. After a series of schemes and plots, not hesitating to be devoured by the mouth earthworm, he went to the Yaksha octopus's nest and searched painstakingly, taking a risk to tear a corner of the goo formation before entering this hidden space. But in this life, because of his rebirth, he went straight to the main point. His gains were huge, but he spent very little time and effort. The entire process was easy. It was like a dream. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan left this place and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. His refinement of change form immortal goo failed. Not only did he lose the success Tao marks, most of the goo refinement immortal materials were also destroyed. Earlier, in order to prepare for this refinement of change form immortal goo, it could be said that he had emptied his entire fortune to prepare one set of immortal materials. After rebirth, he could be said to be penniless. Now that he had this rare immortal material, it could be said to be timely assistance. This immortal material was extremely valuable. If used properly, it would no doubt be reserved for when Fang Yuan needed to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. But that would take too long. Fang Yuan's current cultivation level was still at the bottom of rank 6. It would be a long time before he could advance to rank 8. Fang Yuan had thought about it thoroughly. He had already thought of how to use these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, when Fang Yuan threw several immortal materials into jewel yellow skies, it immediately caused a commotion among the goo immortals. Even in jewel yellow skies, these immortal materials were rare. They were very popular. Fang Yuan easily exchanged for many of the things he wanted. He fed all of his immortal goo, except for self-strength immortal goo and wisdom goo. Looking at the immortal goo in Fang Yuan's hands. Strength path. Self-strength immortal goo. Pulling mountain immortal goo. Pulling water immortal goo. Iron crown eagle strength immortal goo. Eat strength immortal goo. Star path. Star shoot immortal goo. Star mark immortal goo. Starlight immortal goo. Luck path. Connect luck immortal goo. Time luck immortal goo. Calamity beckoning immortal goo. Other than that, there was his first vital immortal goo, Spring Autumn Cicada, the extremely useful Space Path immortal goo, Fixed immortal travel, the not very useful Poison Path immortal goo, Woman's Heart, Soul Path immortal goo, Cleanse Soul, Wisdom Path immortal goo, Unravel Mystery. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan already had change form immortal goo. But after rebirth, change form immortal goo's refinement failed. It no longer existed. As for the rank 9 wisdom goo, Feng Yuan could not refine it. It could only stay in Hu immortal blessed land for the time being. Thus, whether it was considered Feng Yuan's immortal goo was a matter of debate. Normally, most rank 6 goo immortals only had mortal goo. They did not have any immortal goo. Feng Yuan already had 16 immortal goo, and this was not counting wisdom goo. Thus, the burden of feeding immortal goo was extremely heavy. It had always been on Feng Yuan's mind. This time, after solving the problem of feeding immortal goo, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Land spirit. Where is the land spirit? In the secret room, Feng Yuan spoke softly. Master, I am here. Land spirit little Hu immortal smiled happily. She suddenly appeared and hugged Feng Yuan's leg. Master, when you were busy, I did not dare to disturb you, but I actually missed you a lot. As little fox immortal spoke, she shook her fluffy snow-white foxtail and added a childish sentence at the end. Although Master has become ugly, Feng Yuan smiled, rubbing little Hu immortal's head, instructing her. Go instruct the hairy men in the stone nest. From today onwards, they will all refine air saku. Yes, Master. Little Hu immortal immediately agreed. Go now. All right, Master. Little Hu immortal looked at Feng Yuan reluctantly before disappearing. Feng Yuan willed, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Hu immortal blessed land. When he appeared again, he was already in Langya blessed land. Right now, the land spirit of Langya had not changed its nature. It was still that sage-like land spirit with white hair and a long robe. Why are you here? Did you get the immortal material I wanted? If not, then there is no need to talk about it. The land spirit of Langya saw Feng Yuan and waved its sleeves, its expression cold. At this time, because of Feng Yuan's excessive demands, his relationship with the land spirit of Langya had already fallen to a freezing point. Feng Yuan wanted to seek help from the land spirit of Langya, but the land spirit of Langya's conditions were very harsh. It required Feng Yuan to get it an immortal material. And this immortal material was produced in the ancient 9 heavens. It was extremely rare in the market of jewel yellow skies. If not for this, the land spirit of Langya would not have asked Feng Yuan to do it. Of course I got it. What do you think this is? Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He did not mind the land spirit of Langya's cold attitude. You actually got it? The land spirit of Langya saw the immortal material in Feng Yuan's hands, and its expression immediately relaxed. Its tone was filled with disbelief. Evidently, it did not think highly of Feng Yuan. Indeed, this immortal material collection mission had already surpassed the limits of Feng Yuan's abilities. At least, it was like that in his previous life. But in this life, after Feng Yuan was reborn, using the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands, would he be afraid of not being able to purchase something of this level? Feng Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to the land spirit of Langya, saying, I need to refine a certain amount of exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and a vast number of star thought goo. Feng Yuan already knew. Langya blessed land was very special. Its internal space was so vast that it surpassed many grotto heavens. This was because the land spirit of Langya was going to fuse the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron into the entire blessed land. Here, countless hairy men lived. Their numbers were unimaginable. The cloud soil continent in front of them was only a layer of clouds in Langya blessed land. Below this floating continent, there were 3 real continents. Large numbers of hairy men lived on them. They mainly refined goo and selected talents. They lived in peace and contentment. It was peaceful and peaceful. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely easy for the land spirit of Langya to refine exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and star thought goo. For the sake of the immortal materials, I will help you. The land spirit of Langya agreed before saying, but next time, I hope to see the scales of the half-moon Shilin, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I will not agree to any of your requests. His tone was still stiff, but his expression was no longer as cold as before. Feng Yuan nodded. He did not continue the conversation. He activated fixed immortal travel and left. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method, as well as the strength path version of Nirvana Fire, He could get rid of his immortal zombie status and become a living person. But for the time being, Feng Yuan did not have such plans. After becoming a living person, he would only have the potential to improve, but his cultivation level would still be at the bottom of rank 6. After losing his immortal zombie body, his battle strength would fall instead. The worst thing was, Feng Yuan did not have enough lifespan. He could not use the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to help him refine exert effort goo and disappointment goo. It was only to prepare for the future. But he was paying immortal materials. The land spirit of Langya was only refining mortal goo. Although the quantity was high, Feng Yuan was still at a loss. But Feng Yuan did not care about this. He had his own plans for the land spirit of Langya. It was just that it was not time yet. Feng Yuan left a small village in Langya Blessed Land's central continent. There was a tree here that was extraordinary. It was called the Spring Dream Fruit Tree. As expected, it is still here. Feng Yuan concealed his figure. After inspecting it, he was slightly happy. In the previous life, he had obtained information from Mo Yao's fake will, but he did not have time to collect the spring dream fruit on the tree. This tree was cut down by someone. Chapter 980. The spring dream fruit tree was a very special plant. It could be any fruit tree, but only an extremely small number of fruit trees could become a spring dream fruit tree. This spring dream fruit tree was located in a farmer's house. The person in charge was an old man, called Old Man Chen. Son, you will get married in half a year. I will build a new house for you. The main beam of the house will be this fire date tree. Old Man Chen stood under the tree, patting the tree's hard bark as he said to his son. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, saying in satisfaction, Father, this is a good idea. This date tree's age is even older than the history of our village. As long as I can remember, it has already stopped bearing dates. No matter how tall it grows, it is useless. Cutting it down to be the main beam of my new house is perfect. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He was standing not far away, but his figure was concealed. Old Man Chen, who was not even a goo master, and his son could not detect him. Unexpectedly finding out the reason why the spring dream fruit tree was cut down, Feng Yuan frowned inwardly. This spring dream fruit tree existed by relying on the date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. This fire date tree was thousands of years old. Only such an old tree could be relied on by the spring dream fruit tree. Of course, the exact reason was not just the tree's age. There had to be people living nearby, the dreams of generations of people, becoming nourishment, nourishing the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this was the foot of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted once every few hundred years, large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil. Attracted by the natural farmland, there would be people migrating over every once in a while. Gradually, they formed villages. Then they were destroyed by the volcano's eruption. The fire date tree was extremely resistant to heat. It could even endure lava, thus it could survive for a long time. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But if he wanted to transplant the date tree, without the corresponding dream path method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree, Feng Yuan would only get an ordinary date tree, and he would not get the spring dream fruit tree. The method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree. Feng Yuan didn't. It was even impossible for Feng Yuan to harvest the spring dream fruits from the tree. He still needed to refine some dream path mortal goo to collect the fruit. Back then, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized that this tree was extraordinary, but because of his limited knowledge, or because he felt that it was inappropriate to randomly pick it, he kept it. For now, it seems. We also need to protect the living environment of the spring dream fruit tree. With a flick of his hand, Feng Yuan sent 2 streams of will into the minds of old Chun and his son. His son suddenly burst into tears. Dad, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't bear dates, I still want to see it. It grew up with me. When I was young, I peed under the roots of the tree. When I was older, I built a swing here. Forget it. Sigh. All right. Old Man Chin's eyes reddened as he nodded emotionally. Then let it continue to grow here. Let's choose another tree. Although it is not as tall, it is enough to be the main beam of a new house. After dispelling the mortal's thoughts, Fang Yuan set up a gu formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. But to collect the fruits on the tree, Fang Yuan still needed to refine some corresponding dream path mortal gu. This would take a lot of time. The gu materials of dream path mortal gu were almost all extracted from dream realms. According to my previous life's trajectory, after refining change form immortal gu, I helped Tai by Yunxing pass his tribulation and then the Battle of Langya Blessed Land. After the battle, I used Xing Xiang Zi's identity to enter Eastern Sea Blessed Land and participate in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. During this process, because of the unexpected collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Crane Gate to attack a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. After that, Blazing Heaven Demonis came and killed the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demonis and returned to Northern Plains to collect the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I killed Hei Chung and was forced to sign a new alliance agreement with Blazing Heaven Demonis and the others to obtain Luopa Valley. Finally, I participated in the Battle of Etion Mountain. This time, I succeeded in my rebirth, but my main goal is still the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. As long as I become the owner of this Immortal Gu House and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan failed to take the Immortal Gu House in advance, how could one failure shake his determination? Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had not appeared yet, so he could only wait until it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan was to take the Immortal Gu House and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. After the alliance agreement's time limit passed, he would use the Immortal Gu House's strength to deal with Hei Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demonis. He might be able to borrow the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron in Langya Blessed Land to seize their Immortal Gu and obtain the greatest benefits. But it was not possible now. Without the Immortal Gu House, Fang Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than Hei Lulan's side. No matter how many schemes he had, he lacked strength and could not succeed. After all, Hei Lulan was a formidable person. She was not someone to be trifled with. This point could be seen from how she killed her own father, then disguised her identity and prepared to enter Hei tribe. Fang Yuan's original plan was very beautiful, but the reality was very harsh. Fang Yuan deduced the worst-case scenario. If Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared at the same time as in the previous life, then he would not be able to secretly take this Immortal Gu House. The possibility of this was very high. When Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appears, it will be a grand scene, recreating the battle from that day. If that is the case, then I can only continue to participate in the Southern Border Gu Immortals duels like in the previous life and enter Etion Mountains personally. This way, Fang Yuan would face huge risks in taking the Immortal Gu House. He would have to face the Southern Border Gu Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. This was simply taking chestnuts out of the fire. But how could one gain tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he did not lack an adventurous spirit. The huge benefits had already made him decide to take a risk. He had already been reborn once and had ample experience. If he still did not dare to scheme in this life, then Fang Yuan felt he was simply a coward. Since the spring dream fruit tree is already protected, I can put it aside for now. I will change my plan. I will first cooperate with Hei Lulan again. Fang Yuan had self-strength Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demonis would definitely deal with him. If Fang Yuan had the Immortal Gu House in advance, he would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demonis. But the situation now was the opposite. If Fang Yuan wanted to take the Immortal Gu House, he would probably have to face the Southern Border Gu Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. At this time, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yunsheng, Hei Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demonis, and others. Especially Blazing Heaven Demonis. With her rank 8 cultivation level, she could greatly increase the mobility of the Immortal Gu House. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was also at the disadvantage of being alone and without any help. When Shadow Sect attacked, Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Shaohun Blessed Land, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their soul path. And Tai Bai Yunsheng was still in Eastern Sea. Of course, This was also because Fang Yuan purposely hid it from He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others, and secretly went to Yitian Mountain. Even if Fang Yuan turned back into a living person, he would only have bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level. To become rank 7, he would need to go through 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In total, the Blessed Land would need at least 300 years. This was clearly too late. Of course, he could annex Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, but he had a Strength Path Immortal Aperture. Cultivation level was not related to it. Evidently, turning enemies into friends and forming alliances was the most important matter now. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to get rid of He Lulan and the rest, but a lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. He needed to compromise most of the time. In this boundless mortal world, everyone needed to compromise. They needed to learn to compromise. No matter how high one's status was, it was the same. Forsaking small gains for the sake of great benefits, this was the expression of maturity. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was working outside. Her whereabouts were unknown. Fang Yuan could not make a move. But in this life, at this moment, He Lulan was still in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her Strength Chi Immortal Goo to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine air sac goo. When Fang Yuan found He Lulan, she was in a stone nest. She was holding an information path mortal goo in her hands. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she read the information from the investigative goo. After seeing Fang Yuan, He Lulan waved the information path mortal goo in her hands, asking, "Have you heard about the matter of Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Gu Immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, the other Gu Immortals in Central Continent do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are all watching the commotion caused by the 10 great ancient sections." Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. "We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten Star Form Blessed Land." Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, sighing internally. This person is truly ambitious. She already had attitude goo in her hands, but she did not use it. Not only did she hide it from him, she did not even tell her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. If she wanted to deceive her enemies, she had to start by deceiving her own people. But Fang Yuan was also the same kind of person as her. He clearly had Star Form Blessed Land, but he concealed it and kept He Lulan in the dark. In his previous life, if he had not met Blazing Heaven Demoness, this secret would not have been exposed. Precisely because Fang Yuan and He Lulan were the same kind of person, Fang Yuan admired He Lulan, but he was also wary of her. If possible, he would want to get rid of her as soon as possible. But fate was so mysterious. In order to obtain the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, Fang Yuan decided to deepen his cooperation with He Lulan. Thus, at the next moment, Fang Yuan took out Self-Strength Immortal Gu and placed it on his palm, handing it to He Lulan. Chapter 981. Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's action made He Lulan's heart jump. Plus, this immortal goo originally belonged to her, but because she failed her tribulation, she fell into a dream realm and was saved by Fang Yuan. In the end, this goo became Fang Yuan's reward for saving He Lulan and was given to Fang Yuan. This self-strength immortal goo was very important to He Lulan, not only because He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked on the strength path. Self-strength immortal goo was most suitable for He Lulan. Moreover, this self-strength immortal goo was refined by He Lulan's mother, Suxian Air. It was something she left for He Lulan. Thus, self-strength immortal goo was extremely important to He Lulan. After He Lulan lost it, she was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She yearned for this immortal goo day and night. She wanted to snatch it back from Fang Yuan, but she resisted this urge. On one hand, goo worms were hard to snatch. They could self-destruct with just a thought. On the other hand, He Lulan was a ruthless person. She deeply understood that in this world, There was an art called compromise when interacting with others. He Lulan and Feng Yuan were natural allies. He Lulan still needed to rely on the Guts Gu trade to assist her cultivation. Cooperation was beneficial for both sides. Separation was detrimental. Thus, He Lulan endured this matter. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lulan did not object to Feng Yuan's possession of self-strength immortal Gu. It was as if she had already forgotten about this matter. She was a shrewd person. But now that Feng Yuan handed over self-strength immortal Gu and acted like he was returning it to its owner, He Lulan was caught off guard. She could not conceal her desire. However, He Lulan's expression immediately turned cold. His frown deepened and his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Feng Yuan. She had already reacted, and her heart was filled with vigilance. She knew Feng Yuan's character. Just as Feng Yuan admired and feared her, she felt the same way about Feng Yuan. How could Feng Yuan give self-strength immortal Gu to me for no reason? This was impossible. So what is he planning? As if he could read He Lulan's mind, Feng Yuan smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. Even though self-strength immortal Gu is quite suitable for me, I feel that this immortal Gu is more important to you. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take what others like, right? He Lulan's eyes flickered with a dark light. She glanced at the self-strength immortal Gu in Feng Yuan's hands. Before focusing her gaze on Feng Yuan's face, she sneered, "Are you a gentleman? If you have anything to say, just say it." Feng Yuan rubbed his nose. "If I say it directly, I might scare you." He Lulan snorted coldly. "Just say it." Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. He lowered his voice and said, "Then I will not mince my words. I am willing to use this self-strength immortal Gu to exchange for your attitude Gu." "What?" He Lulan's body shook. A fierce light shined in her eyes. She almost took a step back. "The matter of me obtaining attitude Gu is a secret. How could he know? I even managed to hide it from my aunts. Other than heaven and earth, only I know." He Lulan was shocked. She could not describe it with words. This was her greatest secret. But Feng Yuan exposed it all of a sudden. She could not help but be shocked. Killing intent surged in her chest. She subconsciously wanted to attack Feng Yuan. Silence him. This was the nature of an ambitious person. But at this time, Feng Yuan took a step back. This action was simple, but it had a subtle effect on He Lulan. He Lulan was like a startled beast. Feng Yuan took the initiative to pull away. His face was covered with a harmless smile, emitting kindness, making He Lulan feel safe. He Lulan's eyes squinted into a slit, staring fixedly at Feng Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice. Her killing intent did not dissipate, but was instead restrained in her chest. "It seems you really have the legendary attitude Gu." Feng Yuan pretended to observe her expression, suddenly realizing and showing a surprised expression. He Lulan was stunned, her tone containing anger. "You tricked me?" "Of course not." Feng Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. "Do you still remember my master, Zishan Makoto?" He Lulan breathed in deeply, hearing Zishan Makoto's name again. Her heart was filled with wariness. She knew this Zishan Makoto. Feng Yuan was his disciple. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also his disciple. Thus, Feng Yuan called Tai Bai Yunsheng's senior brother. Of course, this was all fake information. Even in the previous life, Blazing Heaven Demonis was deceived. "Your master told you?" He Lulan asked. Her killing intent fell to rock bottom. As far as she was concerned, Feng Yuan had a backer behind him. Killing Feng Yuan was hard enough. She could not deal with Zishan Makoto. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had not completely reconciled with Blazing Heaven Demonis yet. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. "What do you think?" He Lulan snorted coldly, thinking rapidly. "Zishan Makoto actually knows my secret. He is truly remarkable and unfathomable. Thankfully, we have an alliance agreement with Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan has a good plan. No matter how important self-strength Immortal Gu is, it is only rank 6. How can it be exchanged for my attitude Immortal Gu? Humph." He Lulan immediately rejected Feng Yuan's suggestion. "I have attitude Immortal Gu. It is rank 8. As long as someone wants it, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary Gu worm recorded in the Legends of Renzu. You actually want to use a mere rank 6 self-strength immortal goo to exchange for my attitude goo. Hee, aren't you being a little too whimsical? Fang Yuan pondered for a while before saying, Then what do you want for me to exchange? No. He Lulan immediately replied, her attitude firm and resolute. Fang Yuan's expression sank. His whole body emitted a dangerous aura. He Lulan, think carefully. I need to remind you. This is my territory, my who immortal blessed land. He Lulan raised her head and laughed. Ha ha ha, so what? Don't forget that we have an alliance agreement. Before the agreement ends, allies cannot attack each other. Of course. He Lulan continued. You have your master as your backer. Maybe you have already broken the alliance agreement. But do you think I, He Lulan, am a coward who fears death? You are underestimating me. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my goo worms. At the same time, I will destroy all the resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. At the same time, the resources you stored in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I know them all. After we fight, how many resources will be left? After all, tie by Yunqing's landscape as before. It will not restore your resources. Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily. In the previous life, he used his death to threaten blazing heaven Demonis, showing an attitude of not fearing death. In this life, He Lulan used the same method to deal with him. He had no choice but to accept it. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He laughed loudly and clapped. He Lulan, I do not dare to underestimate you. I was only joking earlier. Using a rank 6 immortal goo to exchange for a rank 8? Your joke only shows your greed and stupidity. He Lulan did not give Fang Yuan any face, rebuking him coldly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then I will add some more weight. For example, if I give up on the contest for Star Form Blessed Land? He Lulan shook her head. Not to mention giving up on the contest. Even if you give me Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, I will not exchange them. Attitude Immortal Goo is not a simple rank 8 Immortal Goo. Its usage condition is very low. It does not consume immortal essence, only mental energy. That is to say, I am only a rank 6 Goo Immortal. I can use a rank 8 Immortal Goo. Such an Immortal Goo is a peerless treasure. I will not give up on it. Forget about exchanging it for my Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person. You will not waste your efforts, right? Fang Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I will take a step back and use this self-strength Immortal Goo. In exchange for your slavery, Immortal Goo. He Lulan's brows rose. She had an enslavement Immortal Goo from Imperial Court, Blessed Land. At the final moment, she deceived Giant Sun's will. He Lulan became silent. She was very moved by Fang Yuan's suggestion. To her, self-strength Immortal Goo's value was much higher than slavery Immortal Goo. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan's eyes. My slavery Immortal Goo is only rank 6. You can use rank 6 to exchange for rank 6. But slavery Immortal Goo cannot be used infinitely. There is only one chance. Using my strength to exchange for slavery, don't you feel it is a loss? It is a bit of a loss. Fang Yuan smiled, raising a finger. So I have another condition. I want to borrow attitude Goo for some time. He Lulan did not speak. She fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan wanted to borrow attitude Goo by all means. This made her acutely aware of the importance of attitude Goo to Fang Yuan. But He Lulan was not sure how important it was. She needed to probe it. Thus, she refused. I won't lend my attitude Goo. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Then forget it. Saying so, he turned around and left. He Lulan stood on the spot, looking at him coldly without moving. Fang Yuan walked a few steps before turning around with a bitter smile, facing He Lulan again. I only want to borrow attitude Goo for 3 years. 3 years? Not even 3 days. He Lulan's expression was cold, but she was secretly excited. She had already seen a chance to slaughter Fang Yuan. He Lulan concealed it well, but she was still young, while Fang Yuan was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure. How could he not know He Lulan's current thoughts? Thus, he threw out his trump card. It seems you don't want to take revenge. Right now, there was such a good opportunity to kill He Chung, but I think you don't need it. What? Hei Cheng. Hei Lo Lan's eyes shone with a fierce light, her expression changing. Although Hei Cheng was her biological father, the hatred between her and Hei Cheng was irreconcilable. Killing Hei Cheng and taking revenge was the greatest obsession in Hei Lo Lan's heart. This obsession was so deep that it even affected her cultivation, turning into a shadow in her heart. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Hei Lu Lan killed Hei Cheng and regained self-strength immortal gu, dispelling her psychological barrier and finding her true self, using the strength path phantom to turn into her original appearance. She was no longer a burly man. Chapter 982. The negotiation with Hei Lu Lan lasted for 6 hours from start to finish. After it ended, even with Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. It was a pity that his immortal zombie body did not have a bright mind to begin with. He had expended a lot of thoughts. Hei Lu Lan was not much better, she felt. This negotiation was more tiring than a life and death battle. She felt a sense of weakness in her bones. Her mouth was dry and her head was dizzy. After the negotiation, Fang Yuan pulled Tai by Yun Xingyin and signed a new alliance agreement with Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan returned self-strength immortal gu in exchange for Hei Lu Lan's slavery immortal gu, and also borrowed attitude gu for a year. Fang Yuan would also assist Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan to provide a chance to kill Hei Cheng. Everyone would continue to compete fairly for star form blessed land. Other than that, Fang Yuan also obtained Hei Lu Lan's permission to connect their luck. The new alliance agreement was logical and comprehensive. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, she would need several years to unravel it. And most importantly, it took care of blazing heaven demoness. There was a clause in it, they could add more allies, but the new allies had to abide by the alliance agreement. Furthermore, both sides could not borrow the strength of outsiders to deal with each other. Both sides had one chance to request for help. Once it was used, the other side had to save them. The compensation afterwards would be calculated according to the situation. The alliance agreement was very strict. There were detailed rules regarding the distribution of benefits. Fang Yuan used Hei Lu Lan's wariness towards Zishan Makoto, as well as his previous life's memories, to achieve his goal. People who only knew how to fight. They were just boorish people. Fighting could not solve all problems. Man was the spirit of all living beings. They had deep wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down heaven's gift. After the alliance, Fang Yuan's situation changed greatly. Firstly, Hei Lu Lan was Fairy Black Moon. Her luck was strong and could last for a long time. Fang Yuan successfully connected his luck with her. He got rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness. Secondly, he borrowed the rank 8 attitude gu. This immortal gu was used by thieving heaven demon Venerable back then. It was the core gu worm of the legendary immortal killer move Familiar Face. Back then, when thieving heaven demon Venerable was still a rank 6 gu immortal, he used this killer move. He deceived 2 rank 8 gu immortals. He obtained a large number of treasures and caused 2 rank 8s to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fang Yuan lost change form immortal gu, but he obtained attitude gu, which was many times better than change form immortal gu. His modified vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would rise to an astonishing level. Right now, Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 8 gu immortals. Lastly was the Blazing Heaven Demoness. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness, this rank 8 gu immortal, schemed against Fang Yuan. In this life, Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and the others had set up a new alliance agreement, which could be considered as blocking Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme. The Blazing Witch's guilt and love for Hei Lu Lan were her greatest weaknesses. With this, Fang Yuan would be able to make use of Blazing Heaven Demoness even if she was unaware. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance agreement, when Hei Lu Lan saved Fang Yuan and was in danger, could Blazing Heaven Demoness not take action? It could be said. Hei Lu Lan was the best chess piece to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. Hei Lu Lan's side is no longer my obstacle. Enemies have become friends. After entering and exiting, my next plan will be even smoother. But Hei Lu Lan's group is very astute. They are not easy to fool. They are very satisfied with this new alliance agreement now, but gradually, they will find that I have gained a huge advantage. By then, they will be dissatisfied and might even act against me. Fang Yuan had gained an advantage because of his previous life's memories. He did not lower his vigilance towards He Lolan's side. However, when I obtain graceful chaotic dual stage in the future, the situation will be set. The difference in strength between the two sides will be overturned. Even if He Lolan's side is dissatisfied, they will not be able to do anything. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to give up self-strength Immortal Gu. It was still for the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage and the great strength true martial immortal zombie. Self-strength Immortal Gu was only a variation of the killer move Miri itself. It only had rank 7 battle strength. But if he had the Immortal Gu House, Fang Yuan would not even need to fear rank 8s. He would be able to advance and retreat with ease. After getting Attitude Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan placed it in his immortal aperture and went to Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was very surprised. He said to Fang Yuan, "You are back so soon? Did you get the immortal materials I wanted?" "No." Fang Yuan shook his head. Land Spirit of Langya's expression immediately turned gloomy. He shouted coldly, "Fang Yuan, you brat, are you ignoring my words? Before you left last time, I warned you that Langya Blessed Land is not a place you can come and go as you please. If you don't have the immortal materials I want, don't bother me. I will not agree to any of your requests." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had a calm attitude. "What if I want to use that final chance to ask you to help me refine Gu?" Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. Fang Yuan snatched Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter and came to Langya Blessed Land with the identity of the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Because of the agreement between Long Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Land Spirit of Langya had to refine Gu for Fang Yuan 3 times for free. If it was refining mortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langya had to ensure that the Gu refinement succeeded. If it was refining immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langya could fail, but he had to pay for the Gu refinement materials himself. Fang Yuan used 2 chances. The first time was to refine Stargate Gu. Although this Gu was only immortal Gu, it was a huge help to Fang Yuan at that time. The second time was to refine second aperture Gu. During the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan drank 4 types of wine and obtained Divine Travel Gu. Finally, he used Divine Travel Gu and Land Spirit of Langya to exchange for Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan still had one last chance to refine Gu. Land Spirit of Langya said sternly, "Kid, what Gu do you want to refine this time?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Land Spirit of Langya's shoulder. "I was only saying if earlier, I don't really want to use the third chance to let you refine Gu." Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly, slapping Fang Yuan's hand away and patting his shoulder. His expression was filled with disdain. But in the end, he did not say anything. As long as Fang Yuan did not use the last chance, he could enter and leave Langya Blessed Land at will. Land Spirit of Langya knew. This was Fang Yuan's warning to him, or even a warning. But he could not deny this point, so he was very unhappy. "If you don't want to use the last chance, then quickly leave this place." Land Spirit of Langya shouted in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders unconcernedly. "Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned last time, I brought this with me. But I brought this. Take a look." Land Spirit of Langya's lips curled up. "Kid, you still want to fool me? Humph. You think immortal materials are easy to replace? It is impossible for me." Before he finished speaking, he paused. His eyes widened. His gaze intensified as he stared fixedly at the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands. This immortal material was not simple. It was a rank 8 immortal material that Fang Yuan had picked up from the Earth Trench Gu formation. Land Spirit of Langya's eyes were wide open. This seems to be a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix." Land Spirit of Langya stammered, saying in disbelief. Fang Yuan gave him a thumbs up. As expected of Land Spirit of Langya, that is indeed the case. "After I obtained this immortal material, I spent a lot of effort to figure out its origin." Saying so, Fang Yuan handed this immortal material to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya did not stand on ceremony. He moved like lightning, grabbing the immortal material and placing his eyes on it, inspecting it carefully. Good quality, good quality. It is indeed a fragment of a cloud phoenix. This is a rare item. What kind of dog shit luck do you have? You actually got such a treasure. Land Spirit of Langia muttered as he sighed. After looking at it for a long time, his gaze was somewhat dazed. No matter which Land Spirit of Langia it was, they all originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor was most skilled in Gu refinement. He was also obsessed with Gu refinement. Land Spirit of Langia also inherited this personality. Right now, Land Spirit of Langia looked at the rank 8 immortal material. His mind was filled with emotions. He had been searching for this immortal material for a long time. If he had this, he would be able to fill in the gaps of many immortal Gu recipes. There might even be 1 or 2 immortal Gu refinement materials. With everything gathered, he could start the Gu refinement. Land Spirit of Langia could not care about Feng Yuan. His gaze was fixated on the Cloud Phoenix fragment in his hands, inspecting this immortal material over and over again. His mouth was almost dripping with saliva. Even in Langia Blessed Land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. Why? The reason was simple. It was not easy to collect. Like this Cloud Phoenix fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. This Cloud Phoenix had extremely strong battle strength. It could match rank 8 Gu immortals. To collect this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill a Cloud Phoenix. Gu immortals were rare to begin with. Rank 8 Gu immortals were even rarer. There were only a handful of them. They also had to consider tribulations and their own safety. They would not fight easily. Unless they needed it, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials in the market. This was also the reason why Feng Yuan only took 1 or 2 immortal materials and placed them in jewel yellow skies. He could easily exchange them for all kinds of immortal Gu ingredients. Even Land Spirit of Langia's main body, Long-Hair Ancestor, did not have the ability to personally collect rank 8 immortal materials. The reason why he agreed to refine Gu for thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal was because he wanted to borrow the strength of a rank 9 Venerable to help him collect rank 8 immortal materials. Feng Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langia's expression and smiled lightly. He took out another rank 8 immortal material and purposely asked, Land Spirit of Langia, help me take a look. What is the origin of this immortal material? Ah! Land Spirit of Langia raised his head and immediately let out a loud scream. His eyes were filled with wild joy. Oh my heavens! Isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped bee? Look, such a beautiful halo of Dao marks. The metal path Dao marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light of Dao marks with our naked eyes. You brat, how can you obtain such a treasure? This is infuriating. I have waited for so many years, but I only have 20 or so pieces with me. I can't even bear to use them. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. If I say that I picked them up, would you believe me? Saying so, he took action and pulled back the Cloud Phoenix fragment from Land Spirit of Langia's hand. Land Spirit of Langia was caught off guard. After reacting, he immediately howled in pain, feeling like his heart was being dug out. He stomped his feet and shouted, What are you doing? What am I doing? Feng Yuan had a strange expression. This is mine. Do you want to snatch it by force? Land Spirit of Langia's body stiffened. He did not speak and glared at Feng Yuan. Chapter 983. Land Spirit of Langia stared at Feng Yuan, not knowing what to say for a while. These immortal materials belonged to Feng Yuan. He was so anxious that he almost scratched his face. Feng Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langia with a smile. No matter how bad Land Spirit of Langia's attitude towards him was, as long as he had these immortal materials, he would be in control of Land Spirit of Langia. Suddenly, Land Spirit of Langia's eyes turned as he reacted. He was no longer anxious. He sneered, Humph, you brat. Do you think I don't know you? You are a crafty fellow who does not do anything without benefits. Tell me, what kind of advantage do you want from me this time? Feng Yuan heard this and pretended to be unhappy. Old sir, you are wrong. I am not here to take advantage of you. I am here to make a fair transaction with you. Humph. Land Spirit of Langia was already mentally prepared for Feng Yuan's shamelessness. He raised his eyebrows. Just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me. Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. Since old sir is so straightforward, I will ask directly. May I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face? Land Spirit of Langya was stunned before asking. How do you know that I have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Land Spirit of Langya indeed had it. He was only guessing about this. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya lacked desolate beasts and wanted Fang Yuan to capture one for him. He used the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fang Yuan. Back then, Fang Yuan asked about Familiar Face. As a result, Land Spirit of Langya's original words were like this: Familiar Face? You really dare to dream. That is an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude goo. Even if I give it to you, you cannot use it. But this killer move of mine is indeed closely related to Familiar Face. It can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is enough for you to use. Land spirits were all very pure. I can't lie. Back then, the Land Spirit of Langya did not directly say that he did not have Familiar Face. He only said that even if he gave it to Fang Yuan would not be able to use it. At that time, Fang Yuan was still a mortal goo master. But now, Fang Yuan was a goo immortal. More importantly, Fang Yuan already had attitude goo in his hands. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals with rank 6 cultivation level. Fang Yuan seemed to be able to do it too. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable found my main body. Request to refine space escape goo. My main body is also very interested. I have worked with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable for a full 21 years. This world is the time of the 5 regions. In Langya Grotto Heaven, time is even longer. The Land Spirit of Langya had a look of nostalgia. He paused for a moment before continuing. In these 21 years, my main body and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had tried many times, but they all failed. After expending Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's life savings, I even had to use my main body's treasury. My main body would not make a losing transaction. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable bought my main body's immortal material treasury. Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face, Familiar Face. This was a set of killer moves. This is one of them. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan nodded and kept this information in mind. Langya Blessed Land had deep foundations indeed. It actually had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's things. No wonder the Shadow Sect wanted to deal with him, and the Celestial Court also attacked this place in his previous life. It wasn't that Fang Yuan hadn't thought about taking advantage of this treasured land, but he wasn't strong enough. If he attacked rashly, he would only be asking for trouble. Brat, what do you want Familiar Face for? Hee hee. Have you experienced the benefits of Unfamiliar Face? My things. They are all top quality. But Unfamiliar Face is only a mortal killer move. It is indeed not suitable for your current cultivation level. The Land Spirit of Langya smiled. Fang Yuan said straightforwardly, I am willing to use a rank 8 immortal material to exchange for Familiar Face. The Land Spirit of Langya was still smiling a moment ago. But now, he was furious. Brat, do you really think I am a fool? You want to use a rank 8 immortal material to buy Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Dream on. Fang Yuan did not mind. He asked warmly, then how much do you want? 10 rank 8 immortal materials. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to have a change of expression. Impossible. How can I have so many? Do you really think I picked them up from the streets? He cried, with an air of importance and a blatant falsehood. The Land Spirit of Langya was hoodwinked. He smiled embarrassedly. Then 8? Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. He shouted, 8? You are robbing me. Back then, you told me that the core immortal goo of Familiar Face is Attitude Goo. Without Attitude Goo, I cannot use Familiar Face. I am only using it as a reference to deduce and modify an immortal killer move that suits me. Do you think I will use 8 immortal materials to exchange for a mere Familiar Face? Fang Yuan shouted loudly. His saliva splattered all over the face of the Land Spirit of Langya. The Land Spirit of Langya had an embarrassed expression. He took a few steps back. He had been cheated by Fang Yuan many times. He had learned how to bargain. But he clearly lacked experience. He was stopped by Fang Yuan's words. In the end, the existence of the land spirit was only a bit of obsession. Formed from the heavenly power of heaven and earth, it was extremely pure. The fact that the land spirit of Langya could reach this step was already extraordinary. Fang Yuan's eyes were red with anger. He continued to bargain loudly. From his words, familiar face was already devalued. The rarity and value of rank 8 immortal materials were emphasized and raised countless times. The land spirit of Langya was unable to resist. He retreated step by step. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had been a professional merchant. He had run caravans and built shops. He was extremely wealthy, but in the end, he was beaten back to his original state. From then on, he broke the conventional thinking on Earth. He understood that this world was different from Earth. The fist was still the strongest. Eventually, Fang Yuan lowered the price to 5 immortal materials. This was the limit. If it was any lower, the land spirit of Langya would not sell familiar face. The land spirit was simple and stubborn. But the reputation of thieving heaven demon Venerable was indeed worth this much. The land spirit of Langya would not make a loss. He knew that he would sell it at the factory price at most. Fang Yuan knew he could not do it. He paid 5 immortal materials and obtained familiar face. Mission accomplished. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart was indescribable. Although he had the halo of wisdom to use, it was extremely difficult to deduce familiar face. His wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster, but transformation path was only at Master level. And the familiar face series of killer moves were all transformation path killer moves. Even if I deduced it, it would not be the same. But what I've got now is the original version of familiar face. It contains the essence of this move, and there are no flaws. Fang Yuan had no more thoughts of staying. He turned around and left after obtaining it. He left Langya Blessed Land and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, using his immortal killer move to study it. Familiar face only had one core. That was the rank 8 Attitude Gu. This move fully used the power of Attitude Gu. It could be said that Attitude Gu was the soul of this move. Without Attitude Gu, no matter what other immortal Gu were added, it would be difficult to display the profundity of familiar face. Other than the Attitude Gu, there were over 20 supplementary Gu of familiar face. Among them were 2 immortal level supplementary Gu, including Change Form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's refinement of Change Form failed. The second immortal Gu did not even have an immortal Gu recipe. This was the only flaw. It seems that back then, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was rank 6, he already had these 2 immortal Gu. Immediately, Fang Yuan entered the underground cave and used the light of wisdom to expend large amounts of star thoughts to modify the immortal killer move Familiar Face. A few days later, he successfully completed his task. The 2 immortal level supplementary Gu were removed. Over 1,000 mortal Gu were added in, barely replacing the effects of the 2 immortal level supplementary Gu. This way, the activation of Familiar Face after Fang Yuan's modification was more than 10 times more complicated. The original version of Familiar Face only had over 20 Gu worms. Including the Attitude Gu, there were less than 30. With a small number of Gu worms, the sequence of activation was simple and not complicated, and the activation speed was also fast. Now that Fang Yuan modified it, there were over 1,000 Gu worms. The activation speed was naturally not as fast and convenient as the original version. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan tried to activate the modified Familiar Face. The result of the test made him very satisfied. The modified Familiar Face could reach 60% of the original's power. Losing 2 immortal level supplementary Gu and exchanging for over 1,000 mortal Gu, it was already very ideal to reach this level. But the activation was slow. It needed an hour to activate. This was not a big deal. After all, Familiar Face was not used for battle. In my previous life, I refined Change Form Immortal Gu and used it as the core to create the modified Familiar Face killer move. Now that I have the modified Familiar Face, its effect is 100 times better than in my previous life. Rank 7 Gu Immortals can be deceived, but rank 8 Gu Immortals will have to depend on the situation. Fang Yuan estimated. The killer move Familiar Face could be said to be extremely exquisite. especially with attitude Gu as the core. It not only changed Fang Yuan's appearance on the surface, but also directly affected other people's hearts. Even if Fang Yuan became a stranger, if the other party was hit by this move, they would feel that Fang Yuan was a good friend that they had not seen for many years, or that he looked familiar, giving them a sense of intimacy. After obtaining familiar face, Fang Yuan took time to practice it every day. Although Attitude Gu was rank 8, its activation requirement was very low. It only needed the Gu Immortal's mental energy. It did not need to expend any immortal essence. Thus, the cost of Fang Yuan's practice was not high. Because of his familiarity, he could reduce the time he needed to activate familiar face from the original hour to half. The preparation work has come to an end. Next, I will have to wait for Tai by Yunsheng to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan settled down and stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, occasionally going to the small village where the spring dream fruit tree was. He continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu. He then used these Dream Path Mortal Gu to pick large numbers of spring dream fruits. Chapter 984. Western Desert, Green Heaven Fragment World. The sky was green, cool winds were blowing here, the 4 seasons did not stop. A pure white and magnificent city floated steadily in the sky, reflecting a faint golden radiance. Today, humans were the rulers of the world. The once dominant variant human races were now hiding in different corners of the world, struggling to survive. And this Green Heaven Fragment World was the paradise of one of the variant human races, the Feathermen. Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City was the strongest base of the Featherman race. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City. Cheers were resounding in the battle stage. All the Feathermen were cheering the name of one of their own. Yu Fei, Yu Fei, Yu Fei. The original Featherman King had died. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. But just a moment ago, the battle had already ended. Dan Yu, the prince of the Feathermen, who was originally the most popular candidate, was actually defeated. The commoner black-haired young man Yu Fei obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life dream. I am the Featherman King. Yu Fei was heavily injured, but he did not care. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He stretched his arms and win-win on his back, enjoying everyone's cheers. He was grinning from ear to ear. His smile was very cheerful. His mouth was wide open. His teeth were exposed. This generation's Featherman King is quite unique. He is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard that he is very ambitious. He wants to develop the Featherman Empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should stabilize. Behind the scenes, the 3 Featherman Gu Immortals conversed casually. They had smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, an intense attack descended on this peaceful city. Boom! The Sacred Feather City shook violently amidst the earth-shattering explosion. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his footing and fell to the ground. He even rolled thrice. Quickly look this. The Featherman who saw this was the first to notice something amiss. He pointed at the sky. But he stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find that above their heads, a huge crack appeared in the greenish sky. Several figures descended from the crack like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman Gu Immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting orders to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful. A powerful enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm and protect our homes. Gu Masters, get into position and occupy the formation course. Activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic and chaos. The Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. It was like a paradise without any conflicts. The military preparations were very lax. Coupled with the fact that the new king had just been elected, both the military and the people were unable to make a proper response. The other party was so aggressive. The 3 Featherman Gu Immortals had grim expressions. They held a trace of hope and tried to negotiate peacefully. But the leader of the attackers, White Sea Shatua, gave an order that shattered the three Featherman Goo Immortals' hopes. This old Goo Immortal had a cold gaze. In an extremely cold voice, he said, "Begin the attack." The three Featherman Immortals were not their match. They could only retreat to the Immortal Goo House, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was attacked by the Western Desert Immortals. Battlefield killer moves were unleashed one after another, covering the entire battlefield. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves were used. When they landed on the Immortal Goo House, they created a huge firework effect. White Sea Chatua had clearly come prepared. He used his methods to stall Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was like a swamp. It could not escape for now. The Feathermen had been in peace for a long time. Now they were in an intense battle of life and death. Their response was not accurate or timely. The three immortals were the same. They lost the chance to escape. 2 days later, boom! A bolt of lightning shot out, crashing into a section of Sacred Feather City's wall. The city wall was immediately blasted apart, turning into countless goo worm fragments. The Featherman Goo Masters defending the wall did not manage to escape. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Smoke and dust rose, and a green light flashed in the midst of it. Oh no! The Featherman Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong, who had been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, had bloodshot eyes. He saw that the wall had collapsed. There was a hole in the defense. He quickly flew over to defend it. The essence of an immortal goo house was formed from countless goo worms. This part of the wall had collapsed. The goo worms were destroyed. It was like a hole had been created in the immortal goo house. It was like a leaking ship. Its defense was greatly reduced. If enemies entered and expanded this hole, they could destroy the entire immortal goo house. Even though the hole was small now, they could not ignore it and let it develop. Zhou Zhong quickly rushed over to block the hole. He wanted to gain some time for the immortal goo house to heal itself. However, when Zhou Zhong landed, he heard a sinister laugh. Hee hee, you fell for it? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on his left and right, sandwiching him. It turned out that a corner of Sacred Feather City had collapsed. There was a hole. 2 goo immortals entered. Scoundrel! Zhou Zhong was furious. He quickly retaliated. But he lost the initiative. After a few rounds, he was heavily injured. He was in a precarious situation. Freeze! Outside the city, a Western Desert Goo Immortal approached and used an immortal killer move. In an instant, Zhou Zhong was like he was tied up. He could not move. The 2 Goo Immortals beside him laughed sinisterly. They attacked together and hit Zhou Zhong's chest. Zhou Zhong coughed out blood. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into countless buildings along the way. His speed gradually fell. He finally collapsed in a pile of rubble. His body shook slightly. He struggled with all his might. But the effect of the killer move earlier was still there. He had no strength left. Those 2 Goo Immortals attacked again. Zhou Zhong could not help but show a look of despair. Zhou Zhong, persevere. I am coming. At the crucial moment, a majestic figure blocked in front of Zhou Zhong. The strongest expert of Featherman City, First Supreme Elder. Even if the 2 Western Desert Goo Immortals worked together, they could not block the Featherman First Supreme Elder's strength. This First Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now, he attacked furiously. He had immense power. He was unstoppable. The 2 Western Desert Goo Immortals could not retaliate. They quickly suffered heavy injuries. They quickly escaped towards the hole. However, the final Featherman Goo Immortal, Zhang Ling, he had been manipulating the Immortal Goo House to repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% repaired. It was getting smaller. The 2 Western Desert Goo Immortals rushed to the Immortal Goo House's hole, but they could not escape. They had to stop. They had to destroy the hole even more. But at this crucial moment, every second was crucial. The Western Desert Goo Immortals simply did not have time to destroy the hole again. Zhang Ling, good job. The Featherman First Supreme Elder was overjoyed. Right now, the Immortal Goo House was being repaired. It was already a situation of closing the door and beating the dogs. Once these 2 Western Desert Goo Immortals were killed, the Featherman side's morale would definitely rise. The invading enemies would be intimidated. No one would dare to charge into the Immortal Goo House blindly. But right when the Featherman First Supreme Elder arrived in front of the two Western Desert Goo Immortals, a shocking change occurred. On the two Western Desert Goo Immortals' faces, his originally panicked expression disappeared, and instead, he revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. At the same time, four Western Desert Goo Immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. Our true target is still you. Die. The leader of the Goo Immortals was White Sea Shatua. At this moment, his aura burst out, filling the sky and earth. His might was unstoppable. He had rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder turned pale with fright. He was caught off guard and fell into a dangerous situation. Oh no! The rank 7 Featherman Goo Immortal Zhongling, who was controlling the Immortal Goo House, was extremely anxious. He quickly activated the Immortal Goo House to deal with it. Both sides' attention was on the periphery of the Immortal Goo House, the most crucial battlefield. Old Ancestor, are you alright? Yu Fei shouted, pouncing towards the heavily injured Featherman Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong. The Featherman Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong was paralyzed on the ground. Zhou Zhong had been hit by an Immortal Killer move. The effect had not faded yet. He was lying on the rubble, unable to move. It's the new Featherman King. Zhou Zhong saw Yu Fei inside. He transmitted, "Leave, this is not a battle you can participate in." But Yu Fei did not care. He pounced towards Zhou Zhong and activated a mortal healing goo. "Old Ancestor, I will save you." Zhou Zhong admired Yu Fei's courage. He felt moved but also helpless. He had countless injuries on his body. They were all caused by Immortal Killer moves. The injuries were filled with Dao marks. Could he only be healed by an ordinary mortal goo? But at the next moment, Zhou Zhong's eyes protruded as he stared at Yu Fei in front of him. "You are not Yu Fei, you." Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He wanted to resist, but his body could not move. He did not shout. Feng Yuan had sealed his voice. That's right. The moment the Immortal Goo House was destroyed, Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to come here from northern plains. Near the loophole, the Immortal Goo House's control fell to rock bottom. Feng Yuan did not let anyone discover him. Next, he found an opportunity, and while the two sides were fighting intensely, with their attention focused on the crucial battle, he immediately moved out, disguising as Yu Fei and successfully approaching Zhou Zhong. Right now, he was silently activating Slavery Immortal Goo. Zhou Zhong resisted intensely, the intensity increasing. But a moment later, his resistance vanished. He was successfully enslaved by Feng Yuan. At once, he became Feng Yuan's subordinate. "I finally succeeded." Feng Yuan was exhausted. He was extremely tired. He ordered Zhou Zhong, "Quickly replace Zhang Ling and take over the control of Sacred Feather City." "Yes, Master." Zhou Zhong dragged his heavily injured body and flew towards the center of Sacred Feather City. "Elder Zhongling, hurry up and support the First Supreme Elder. I will control the Immortal Goo House." Zhou Zhong shouted. Zhang Ling was overjoyed. The Featherman First Supreme Elder's situation was very bad. Even though he was controlling the Immortal Goo House, the whole of Sacred Feather City was being held back by the enemy's methods. He could not display his true strength. Rather than using Sacred Feather City's strength, Zhang Ling might as well reinforce him personally. "Are your injuries all right?" Zhang Ling was about to move, but he showed some hesitation. "Quick, look at the situation now. Even if I die, I will defend the Immortal Goo House." Zhou Zhong was covered in blood as he shouted. Chapter 985. Bam Bam Bam. A series of explosions resounded like thunder in one's eardrums. Each explosion caused the whole of Sacred Feather City to shake intensely. Feng Yuan stood in the ruins, feeling the tremors of Sacred Feather City. His body was hidden in the rumbling dust. Enslaving Goo Immortals is thousands of times more difficult than enslaving beasts. Feng Yuan sensed the pressure on his soul. Enslaving other life forms would place a burden on the Goo Master's soul. Back in Northern Plains, during the Imperial Court contest, Feng Yuan commanded countless beasts, but not all of them were enslaved. He enslaved myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, 100 beast kings, and others to control the entire beast army. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Wild beasts did not have much intelligence, so Feng Yuan enslaved many. But earlier, when Feng Yuan enslaved Zhou Zhong, it was completely different. Zhou Zhong had intelligence and spirituality. Even though he did not fail in enslaving him, it placed a heavy burden on Feng Yuan's soul. After all, Zhou Zhong was a Gu immortal. A rank 6 slavery immortal Gu could only enslave rank 6 Gu immortals. This is all thanks to Zhou Zhong being a featherman. He is not a pure human. His spirituality is slightly lower. If I enslaved a pure human Gu immortal, I might have failed already. Even though I cultivated soul path, my soul had a foundation. But that was the limit of mortals. For Gu immortals, it was quite shallow. After enslaving Zhou Zhong, my soul has completely lost its spirituality. The young man who moved like he was flying has now become an old man with a heavy burden. My battle strength has fallen sharply. It would be good if I could use even 20% of my original strength. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Any Gu path that was formed could be said to be broad and profound. Enslavement path was the same. At Gu immortal level, it had extraordinary abilities that outsiders could not grasp. To put it bluntly, Feng Yuan was an outsider. He did not know any enslavement path immortal killer moves. If he did, with slavery immortal Gu, this situation might not be so bad. He had only used slavery immortal Gu in a superficial manner. But with his previous life's experience and the deduction of the light of wisdom, he obtained great success. Master, I took over Sacred Feather City. Right now, Zhang Ling was already rushing towards the immortal Gu house wall. We need to reinforce First Supreme Elder. Zhou Zhong's voice suddenly entered Feng Yuan's ears. Feng Yuan licked his lips excitedly and subconsciously clenched his fists. He ordered in a low voice, "Kill the real Yu Fei first." He was now in Yu Fei's appearance, and the real Yu Fei was his biggest flaw. Very soon, Zhou Zhong's voice was heard again. Yu Fei is dead. He's turned into ashes. Now, only Zhou Zhong controlled Sacred Feather City. It was easier than flipping one's palm. Very good. Try your best to control the immortal Gu house and escape the battle. Feng Yuan continued to give orders. This time, after a long while, Zhou Zhong's incomparably weak voice sounded. I'm sorry, Master, I can't do it. The entire immortal Gu house has already been locked down by the enemy's method. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing fiercely. As expected, it's still the same. In his heart, he wasn't too disappointed. In the previous life, he schemed and made the Featherman commit suicide, obtaining the Featherman Gu immortal Zhang Ling's soul. Zhang Ling had personally participated in the Battle of Sacred Feather City, and it had not been long, even though his memories were very clear. His soul was not tampered with by a soul path great expert like Chuesong Zi. Feng Yuan easily soul-searched him. He obtained all of his memories. It was this memory that made Feng Yuan feel like he had personally experienced the Battle of Sacred Feather City. Thus, he could grasp the timing so precisely, sneaking into the immortal Gu house and enslaving Gu immortal Zhou Zhong while the two sides were fighting. There were many opportunities like this, but this was the best opportunity. Zhou Zhong was controlled by an immortal killer move and could not move. This gave Feng Yuan a huge advantage. From Zhang Ling's soul, Feng Yuan learned that this immortal Gu house Sacred Feather City was locked by the enemy and could not move. But for a person like Feng Yuan, if he did not try it himself, he would not be satisfied. After trying, he could not snatch this Sacred Feather City. Feng Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, watching the situation develop. Like in his previous life, Zhou Zhong dragged his injured body and barely managed to control the immortal Gu house, freeing Zhang Ling's battle strength. Zhang Ling went to reinforce First Supreme Elder, fighting White Sea Shatua and the rest. This intense battle was the most crucial one in the entire Battle of Sacred Feather City. The result was the same as in Feng Yuan's previous life. White Sea Shatua and the rest were forced to retreat through a loophole. First Supreme Elder was heavily injured. He was targeted by the Western Desert Gu immortals. As for Zhang Ling, he was in a better state. After this battle, the immortal Gu house was repaired. There were no more loopholes. Its defense was perfect again. But the Featherman First Supreme Elder died in the city from his heavy injuries. After losing their strongest battle strength, the two Featherman Gu immortals held on for a night. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they decided to give up the immortal Gu house and retreat. They gathered all the Feathermen and activated the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. I wish for my Feathermen to survive. I wish for my Feathermen to be free. I wish for my Feathermen to have a world. The Western Desert Gu immortals watched as the Feathermen left. Once the Feathermen left, they would obtain the complete immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. This was the first time Feng Yuan was experiencing Heaven's Wish. He sensed a majestic white light sweeping him and the Feathermen into a tunnel filled with white light. His body was like a piece of wood in a whirlpool, spinning continuously. After several minutes, the surrounding white light vanished. Feng Yuan landed on solid ground again. He felt dizzy. He almost fell to the ground. The surrounding mortal Feathermen. He was already lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Only the two Featherman Gu immortals, Zhang Ling and Zhou Zhong, were standing vigilantly. Feng Yuan shook his head. It seems that after enslaving Zhou Zhong, my main body's battle strength is no longer worth looking forward to. Where's this place? The Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong looked around. The Featherman Gu immortal Zhang Ling's expression changed. He said, "Oh no. This is a human Gu immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We are being treated as an earthly calamity. It has descended here." Tai Bai Yunsheng was in the lead. While He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were on his left and right, they flew towards the Feathermen. In the previous life, when Feng Yuan helped Tai Bai Yunsheng undergo tribulation, he did not invite them. But in this life, Feng Yuan wanted to use this earthly calamity to teach them a lesson. Thus, he invited them to help him. Tai Bai Yunsheng was expressionless. But he was shocked and joyful inwardly, he thought. Back then, when Feng Yuan told me that he could predict this calamity and told me what to do, I did not dare to believe him. But now, it seems that everything is going as he expected. I will definitely survive this calamity. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked. A Featherman calamity was a rare thing to begin with. But Feng Yuan could actually predict it so accurately. What did that mean? One of the main reasons why heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were hard to pass was that they were hard to predict. Feng Yuan had this ability now. He was a divine weapon for passing tribulations. As long as one made preparations before the tribulation, the success rate would be raised to a terrifying level. The Featherman Gu immortal Zhang Ling's heart had already sunk to rock bottom. In the previous life, when he saw Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, he felt disdain towards them. But in this life, rank 7 Fairy Li Shan, great strength true martial physique He Lulan, and Tai Bai Yunsheng arrived together. Especially when the three of them did not conceal their immortal Gu auras, they gave Zheng Ling a huge mental pressure. There was nothing much to say next. After Tai Bai Yunsheng displayed landscape as before, the Featherman Gu immortal's threat towards Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture was extremely weak. In the previous life, with just Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's strength, they played the Feathermen around in circles. This time, not only did they gain powerful reinforcements like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, even Zhou Zhong and Yufei were traitors. After a duel, Zhang Ling was killed again. But Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest did not force the Feathermen. This was a mistake that Feng Yuan had made in the previous life. He would not make it again in this life. These Feathermen were different from the Feathermen in the market. They lived in the immemorial green heaven fragment world. They were isolated from the rest of the world. They had the nature of the ancient Feathermen. They would rather commit suicide than lose their freedom. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not restrict them. He pretended to discuss with them. Under the leadership of Zhou Zhong and Yufei, the Feathermen were all moved to star-form blessed land. With these Feathermen, Feng Yuan's western desert development would reach a new level. His future would be bright. This was not his only gain. Afterwards, He Lulan asked him about the matter of deducing the calamities and tribulations. Feng Yuan purposely smiled bitterly, asking, "Do you think I have this ability? Don't forget, Zishan Makoto is my master. Similarly, Tai Bai Yunsheng is also his disciple." He Lulan thought, as expected, this ability is too strong. It is not something that Feng Yuan can have. So it was Zishan Makoto who did it. Unknowingly, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan became even more wary of Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan had given them a warning. It would be very beneficial for him to control blazing heaven demonists in the future. But after enslaving Zhou Zhong, the burden on his soul was very heavy. Even refining Dream Path Mortal Goo was a huge burden. This made Fang Yuan's desire towards Luopa Valley even stronger. If Luopa Valley and Dang Hun Mountain could belong to him, then even if he was an outsider of Soul Path, his soul foundation would grow rapidly. But now was not the time to go to Luopa Valley. In the previous life, He Cheng's soul fell into He Lolan's hands. Through soul searching, she obtained a lot of information and shared it with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew that Luopa Valley had been transformed into a secret stronghold by Shadow Sect. There were countless goo formations set up. The defense was extremely tight. Even in the previous life, when the central continent goo immortals led by Feng Zhouge attacked, Luopa Valley was empty. With just these goo formations, they could last until Qin Bai Shang and the rest returned. Right now, almost all of Shadow Sect's goo immortals were in Luopa Valley. It was more terrifying than a tiger's den. Fang Yuan had to wait for the right time. Chapter 986. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. After helping Tai Bai Yunxing pass the tribulation, Fang Yuan refined Dream Path Mortal Goo and picked the Spring Dream Fruits, while also increasing his business of Guts Goo and Eerie Fire Dragon Python. Very quickly, his monthly profit greatly exceeded that of the same period in his previous life. It actually broke through the 2,000 mark. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, in his previous life, Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of time to investigate thoroughly before he could choose a suitable trading partner, especially in the Western Desert. But in this life, because he had retained his experience, Fang Yuan easily contacted the buyer, which saved him a lot of time and steps, greatly bringing forward the time to profit. Secondly, the hairy men in Fang Yuan's stone nest were freed and used to refine Guts Goo. It was not like his previous life, where he had to refine Star Thought Goo and other non-profitable goo worms. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had no plans to relocate Stellar Form Blessed Land. He had already formed a new alliance with He Lulan and the others. They might need to migrate in the future, but it was not urgent now. Fourth, with the Feathermen forming caravans to conduct trade, Fang Yuan was able to quickly see great results in the Western Desert. The usefulness of the Feathermen was starting to show, but Fang Yuan was only testing the waters. He did not send out these tens of thousands of Feathermen. In this area, he had a long-term plan. He wanted to make use of this population to increase the number of Feathermen, and in the future, he might even be able to trade Feathermen slaves. In terms of slave trade, Feathermen might not be as good as hairy men, but they were much better than rockmen, especially the Western Desert forces. The number of Feathermen sacrificed every year was not small. The demand for Featherman slaves was always high. Fang Yuan developed patiently. While accumulating Immortal Yuan Stone, he did not forget to accumulate Goo Refinement Immortal Materials. As time passed, Langya Blessed Land was once again invaded by powerful enemies. The land spirit of Langya knew that the enemy was coming at them fiercely. He had no choice but to ask for help, sending letters to both Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. In this life, because of Fang Yuan's meticulous planning, Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture did not suffer much damage. After receiving the letter, the two went to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was filled with boundless clouds and mist. It was so dark that one could not even see his own fingers. Up in the sky, not seeing the sky. The ground could not be seen. This is the 12-cloud confounding formation. The land spirit of Langya introduced in a low voice, and these people are the invading enemies. With a wave of the land spirit's sleeve, a few images appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Qin Bai Shang, Jiang Yu, He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, He Lang Zi, Hui Feng Zi, and the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie were all there. It's them. Fang Yuan pretended to be surprised. You know these people? The land spirit of Langya immediately asked. Fang Yuan nodded. His expression was solemn. These people are very strong. Even though their leader, Qin Bai Shang, only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8 Goo immortals. The land spirit of Langya was shocked. So strong. Fang Yuan pointed at the others. This is Fairy Jiangyu. She has dark limit immortal goo. This is the goo immortal elder He Chung of the current Northern Plains Super Force He tribe. He has an immortal goo house in his possession. And Shuesong Zi, don't think that he only has rank 6 cultivation level. He is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. His backer is rank 8 Old Ancestor Shuehu. And this is He Lang Zi. He is a transformation path goo immortal with great battle strength. Back then, when Old Ancestor Shuehu wanted to recruit him, he did not accept it. This is Hui Feng Zi. He is a wind path great expert. His wind path attainment level is unfathomable. He is publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains goo immortal world. He had once escaped from many rank 8 goo immortals. Fong Yuan's every word. The land spirit of Langya's mood became heavier. After Fong Yuan finished speaking, the land spirit of Langya's expression was extremely solemn. He pointed at the mysterious black-robed goo immortal. I did not expect the enemy to be so strong. Then who is this goo immortal? Fong Yuan naturally knew about his background, but he showed a puzzled expression. He pondered. This person is concealing his face and has an immortal killer move. He seems to be very mysterious. Let me make a deduction. Saying so, he pinched his fingers. Starlight shone from his body. He let out the aura of an immortal goo, looking very serious. At this moment, the land spirit of Langya was deceived. He could not help but think, in the past, I have looked for Fong Yuan many times to deduce immortal goo recipes for me. But this is the first time I am seeing him make a deduction. I am not sure what immortal goo he is using, but from the looks of it, his wisdom path attainment level is not low. The starlight on Fong Yuan's body gradually faded. His expression was grim as his eyes shined with bright light. Amazing. This mysterious goo immortal has a huge origin. He is actually an immortal zombie. Moreover, he has the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. You deduced it so quickly? The land spirit of Langya was quite surprised. At the side, Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled. Of course. Fong Yuan's attainment level is a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Wisdom Path Grandmaster? The land spirit of Langya's heart shook. He sized up Fong Yuan with a new gaze. Fong Yuan's expression was calm. He said to the land spirit of Langya in a low voice, "The enemy is so strong. I am afraid we will be in danger." The land spirit of Langya chuckled. "No matter. As long as we persevere for some time, I can capture any goo immortal alive." Oh? Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He pretended to be curious as he probed the land spirit of Langya. "It seems you have strong reinforcements on your side?" The land spirit of Langya had a smug smile on his face. He did not want to say anything, but he suddenly changed his mind. He probed Fong Yuan instead. "You are actually a Wisdom Path Grandmaster at such a young age? To speak the truth, this is really out of my expectations. Why don't you deduce how confident I am in dealing with the enemy this time?" Fong Yuan naturally knew that the land spirit of Langya's confidence was in the rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Refinement Cauldron. But next, he pretended to deduce, pretending to be in a difficult situation. Eventually, he admitted defeat. "I cannot deduce anything. To speak the truth, I have tried to deduce Langya Blessed Land in the past, but I gained nothing. This time is no exception." Ha ha ha. The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly. He patted Fong Yuan's shoulder proudly, but did not say anything else. Immortal Goo houses had both offense and defense. Rank 8 Refinement Cauldron was naturally the same. Such a defensive method. Not only could it defend against attacks, it also had the ability to resist deductions of others. Fong Yuan pretended to fail. This was within the expectations of the land spirit of Langya. In his opinion, this was expected, because no matter how outstanding Fong Yuan was, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. No matter how mystical an immortal goo was, it could not compare to the rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Refinement Cauldron. I cannot deduce anything, that is for sure. But if I deduce anything, I am afraid the land spirit of Langya will be wary. Fong Yuan sneered in his mind. Land spirits might be stubborn or naive, but they were not without intelligence. Especially when the land spirit of Langya's main body, long hair ancestor, had a good friend, Immortally Yin, when this legendary person was alive. This person was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. The doctrine of three venerables was also very famous in history. Thus, the land spirit of Langya was very clear about the abilities of a wisdom path Gu immortal. If Fang Yuan deduced anything, it would have clearly surpassed the abilities of a rank 6 wisdom path Gu immortal. This would definitely arouse the vigilance and suspicions of the land spirit of Langya. He would think like this: how can just Fang Yuan deduce anything? Clearly, there is someone capable behind him, and this great expert is very powerful. He can actually break through my refinement cauldron's defense and deduce the arrangements in the blessed land. Thinking of this, the land spirit of Langya was naturally very vigilant and guarded against Fang Yuan. After all, the land spirit of Langya was formed from long hair ancestor's obsession, and long hair ancestor was a hairy man. Towards humans and even other variant humans, he was always on guard. This could be seen from his previous life, when the land spirit of Langya changed his temperament and speech. The reason why Fang Yuan could get close to the land spirit of Langya, the main reason was because he had inherited a certain inheritance of thieving heaven demon Venerable. Due to the agreement between his main body and thieving heaven demon Venerable, the land spirit of Langya had to help Fang Yuan 3 times to refine Gu worms for him. If not for this, how could Fang Yuan, as a human, get close to the land spirit of Langya? Although Fang Yuan had star thought immortal Gu and all-out effort immortal Gu to refine, all along, he did not want to waste the last Gu refinement opportunity. It was to get close to the land spirit of Langya at all times. The land spirit of Langya had lived in this blessed land for countless years. His interactions with the outside world, other than jewel yellow skies buying and selling immortal materials, was only through Mo Tan Sang. He knew the principle of treasuring a treasure would cause trouble, thus he had always been low-key. At the same time, he had a natural distrustful attitude towards other people. Fang Yuan was not strong in the past. The land spirit of Langya was not too wary or suspicious of him. But when he gradually displayed his extraordinary side, the land spirit of Langya would naturally be vigilant and uneasy. How could he allow someone to sleep on his bed? In the past, Fang Yuan was just a little rabbit, but now that he displayed his wisdom path grandmaster cultivation level, Fang Yuan could be said to be a venomous snake. Next, the development was the same as in the previous life. Fang Yuan was arranged by the land spirit of Langya to guard a cloud building. But before this, Fang Yuan suggested to gather He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to participate in the battle. Tai Bai Yunxing also vouched for him, but the land spirit of Langya rejected it. Fang Yuan fought Xuesong Zi, but this time, he did not use the previous life strategy. He did not sneak attack Xuesong Zi. He fought openly. Even though he was much more famous than in the previous life, the results were not great. Fang Yuan was only in a deadlock with Xuesong Zi. Not long after the Shadow Sect arrived, Fang Yuan retreated. There was no benefit in killing Xuesong Zi. He had Immortal Gu and Lifespan Gu, but they were hard to snatch. It was better to let him go, and let him deal with the Central Continent Gu Immortals in the future. Fang Yuan had also thought of reminding the land spirit of Langya to make arrangements and use Refinement Cauldron to take down the Shadow Sect group. But after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. Firstly, he had to get rid of the Shadow Sect group. The risk was huge. Qin Baisheng was extremely strong. Fang Yuan had no confidence in him. The Shadow Sect seemed to have a secret connection with Zombie Alliance. The situation here was very complicated. Secondly, even if he got rid of the Shadow Sect group, Fang Yuan's gains would not be ideal. Refinement Cauldron had the greatest effect. If they won, the land spirit of Langya would get the most loot. The Shadow Sect base, Luopa Valley, would be visited by the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan would not be able to get it. Thirdly, Fang Yuan still needed the Shadow Sect group of Northern Plains to resist the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Although he did not know how the Central Continent Gu Immortals found the Shadow Sect group after investigating Fang Yuan, this was the situation that Fang Yuan wanted to see the most. If he killed the Shadow Sect group, it would be clearing the obstacles for the Central Continent Gu Immortals. If the Central Continent Gu Immortals found Fang Yuan, what would Fang Yuan do? Finally, Fang Yuan guessed from the blazing glory lightning brilliance body that the mastermind behind the Battle of Etion Mountain was likely the Shadow Sect. If he killed them, there would be a huge impact. an unprecedented accident would occur during the Battle of Etion Mountain. If there were too many accidents, it might affect Feng Yuan's arrangements and make his preparations useless. Thus, in the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan planned to let nature take its course. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.